A single phone call to the police shattered the morning calm of Mestre, Italy on April 15, 1981. The anonymous voice trembled as they reported a horrifying stench emanating from apartment 3B on Via Cesare Battisti. When officers forced their way through the locked door, they discovered a scene that would haunt them for decades to come. Two decomposing corpses floated in a bathtub filled with water and lime, their flesh peeling away from bone like wet paper. The victims were Nazario Succo, a respected police officer, and his wife Maria. Their killer had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a cryptic note and the lingering echo of pure evil that seemed to seep through the apartment walls. But this was merely the opening act of terror. The man responsible for this heinous double murder would soon embark on a killing spree that would terrorize 3 nations, earning him the chilling moniker, the Killer with Eyes of Ice. Roberto Succo's 7-year reign of terror would leave a trail of mutilated bodies, shattered lives, and an entire continent living in fear. This is the story of a monster who wore the mask of an ordinary man, and how his insatiable hunger for violence transformed him into one of Europe's most feared serial killers. Welcome to Crime Headquarters. I know many of you enjoy these stories to unwind and drift off to sleep, and tonight, you're in for something truly chilling and tragic. We'll be telling 5 different true crime stories in this video, each one more haunting than the last. So, get cozy, whether you're in bed or somewhere comfortable, and let go of the day. Before you let your mind drift off, take a moment to subscribe, like, share, and comment. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Also, feel free to tell us where you're watching from and what time it is in your corner of the world. Now, take a deep breath, relax, and get ready. This is the story of the Killer with Eyes of Ice, the Roberto Succo story. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead in the sterile corridors of the psychiatric ward as Dr. Giuseppe Martelli reviewed the case file that would soon become his worst nightmare. The year was 1981, and the 20-year-old patient sitting across from him appeared deceptively normal. Roberto Succo possessed an almost angelic face, with piercing blue eyes that seemed to look straight through a person's soul. But those eyes, cold and calculating, held secrets that would soon unleash unimaginable horror upon the world. Roberto Succo was born on April 3, 1962, in the quiet town of Mestre, just outside Venice. To the outside world, the Succo family appeared picture-perfect. Nazario Succo served as a dedicated police officer, respected by his colleagues and feared by criminals throughout the region. His wife, Maria, was a devoted homemaker who doted on their only child. Neighbors often remarked on what a handsome boy Roberto was, with his blonde hair and those startlingly blue eyes that seemed almost otherworldly. Yet behind the facade of domestic bliss, something sinister was taking root. From his earliest years, Roberto displayed disturbing behavioral patterns that his parents desperately tried to rationalize away. At age 5, he was discovered torturing neighborhood cats, methodically pulling off their whiskers and watching their agonized writhing with clinical fascination. When confronted, he showed no remorse, only a blank stare that chilled his mother to her core. The violence escalated as Roberto entered adolescence. Teachers reported that he would sit silently in class, sketching graphic depictions of mutilated bodies in his notebooks. His artwork featured women with their throats slashed, children hanging from trees, and police officers shot through the head. When asked about these disturbing images, Roberto would simply smile that cold, emotionless smile and claim they were just drawings. His relationship with his father became increasingly volatile. Nazario, trained in law enforcement psychology, recognized the warning signs but found himself powerless to intervene. The boy who should have been his pride and joy had become a stranger, someone whose very presence filled the house with an oppressive atmosphere of dread. Arguments between father and son grew more frequent and more violent, often ending with Roberto storming out of the house, disappearing for days at a time. During one of these disappearances, a local pet shop owner reported a break-in. Nothing of value was stolen, but several animals were found dead in their cages, killed in ways that suggested prolonged torture rather than quick dispatch. The method was always the same small, precise cuts that would maximize suffering while prolonging life. Police investigators noted the clinical precision of the wounds, as if the perpetrator had been experimenting to find the most effective ways to inflict pain. Maria began to notice items missing from their home. Kitchen knives would disappear for weeks, only to be found buried in the garden, stained with blood that was never properly explained. She discovered a collection of newspaper clippings hidden under Roberto's mattress, all stories about violent crimes, murders, and disappearances. Each article was carefully annotated in Roberto's precise handwriting, with notes about methods, timing, and what he perceived as the killer's mistakes. The transformation was gradual but inexorable. The boy who had once been merely odd and withdrawn was becoming something far more dangerous. His physical appearance began to change as well. The soft features of adolescence hardened into sharp angles, and those blue eyes seemed to grow colder with each passing month. He developed a habit of staring at people for uncomfortably long periods, as if he were studying them, cataloging their weaknesses, planning their destruction. School became impossible. Roberto's presence unnerved both students and teachers alike. He never participated in group activities, never formed friendships, never showed any emotion beyond a kind of predatory watchfulness. During biology class, when the lesson involved dissecting frogs, Roberto's enthusiasm was disturbing. He took meticulous care with each cut, spending far longer on the task than necessary, his eyes bright with an intensity that made his teacher's skin crawl. The breaking point came during Roberto's 18th birthday. The family had attempted to celebrate with a small gathering, inviting a few neighbors and relatives. Roberto sat through the evening like a specter at the feast, responding to questions with monosyllabic answers, his gaze never quite focusing on the person speaking to him. When it came time to blow out the candles, he stared at the flames with such intensity that several guests later reported feeling genuinely frightened. That night, after the last guest had departed, Roberto approached his parents with a request that would seal their fate. He wanted to borrow the family car for a weekend trip with friends. When Nazario refused, citing Roberto's increasingly erratic behavior and lack of a proper driver's license, something fundamental shifted in the young man's demeanor. The mask of civility he had worn for so long began to slip, revealing the monster that had been growing inside. "You don't understand," Roberto said, his voice carrying a menacing undertone that made his mother step backward. "I'm not asking permission. I'm telling you what's going to happen." The argument that followed would be the last conversation the Succo family would ever have. Roberto's rage, so long suppressed, finally erupted in all its terrifying glory. His voice remained calm, almost conversational, even as he detailed exactly what he would do to anyone who continued to oppose him. The clinical precision with which he described various methods of causing pain and death left no doubt that these were not idle threats, but carefully considered plans. Nazario, drawing on his police training, attempted to de-escalate the situation. He spoke softly, trying to reach whatever humanity might still exist within his son. But as he looked into Roberto's eyes, he saw only emptiness, a void where empathy and human connection should have resided. It was like staring into the abyss of pure evil. The next few days passed in an atmosphere of mounting tension. Roberto continued to live in the house, but his presence had become oppressive, suffocating. He would sit at the dinner table, eating in silence while his parents exchanged worried glances. At night, they could hear him moving around the house, opening drawers, testing door handles, engaging in activities they dared not investigate too closely. Maria began experiencing nightmares, dreams in which her son appeared as some kind of demon, stalking through their home with blood-stained hands and that terrible, empty smile. She would wake in cold sweats, her heart pounding, only to hear Roberto moving around downstairs, his footsteps echoing through the house like a death march. The psychological torture continued for 3 agonizing days. Roberto seemed to take pleasure in their fear, drawing out the suspense like a cat playing with wounded prey. He would stand in doorways just watching them, his presence a constant reminder of the threat he posed. Sometimes he would smile, and that smile was more terrifying than any display of overt aggression. On the evening of April 8, 1981, Roberto made his final demand. He wanted the car keys, and he wanted them immediately. When his parents again refused, his facade of control finally shattered completely. The transformation was instantaneous and terrifying. The young man they had raised, however troubled, disappeared entirely, replaced by something inhuman, predatory, and utterly without mercy. What happened next would become the opening chapter in one of Europe's most notorious crime sprees. The quiet apartment in Mestre would bear witness to acts of violence so brutal, so calculated, that even hardened police investigators would struggle to process the scene. The monster that had been growing within Roberto Succo was finally ready to reveal itself to the world, and nothing would ever be the same again. The stage was set for a reign of terror that would span 3 countries and claim multiple innocent lives. Roberto Succo, the killer with eyes of ice, was about to begin his deadly journey, leaving behind a trail of blood and terror that would haunt Europe for years to come. The boy who had tortured cats in his childhood had evolved into something far more dangerous, a calculating predator with an insatiable appetite for violence and an uncanny ability to evade capture. As darkness fell over Mestre on that fateful evening, Roberto Succo prepared to cross a line from which there could be no return. The murders that would follow would shock the world with their brutality and mark the beginning of one of the most terrifying crime sprees in European history. The killer with eyes of ice was about to claim his first victims, and they would be the 2 people who had brought him into this world. The clock on the mantel chimed 11 times as Roberto Succo crept through the darkened hallway of his family home. In his right hand, he gripped a kitchen knife with surgical precision, the blade gleaming coldly in the moonlight that filtered through the windows. His parents slept peacefully in their bedroom, unaware that their son had finally decided to act on the violent fantasies that had consumed his thoughts for months. The events of April 9, 1981, would forever mark Roberto Succo's transformation from a disturbed young man into a cold-blooded killer. The argument over the car keys had been merely the catalyst. The real motivation ran far deeper, rooted in years of resentment, psychological dysfunction, and an emerging sadistic personality that craved the ultimate expression of power, the taking of human life. Roberto paused outside his parents' bedroom door, listening to their steady breathing. His father, Nazario, lay on his side, exhausted from another long day of police work. His mother, Maria, slept curled against her husband, finding comfort in his protective presence. Neither could have imagined that their greatest threat lay just beyond their door, dressed in familiar pajamas and wearing the face they had loved since birth. The door creaked softly as Roberto pushed it open. He had rehearsed this moment countless times in his mind, visualizing every detail with obsessive precision. The knife felt natural in his grip, an extension of his arm, a tool perfectly suited for the work ahead. His breathing remained steady and controlled despite the adrenaline coursing through his veins. This was not a crime of passion but a calculated execution, planned and executed with chilling deliberation. Maria stirred first, perhaps sensing the presence in the room through some primal instinct. Her eyes opened to find her son standing beside the bed, and for a moment, maternal concern overrode fear. "Roberto," she whispered. "What's wrong, darling?" Even in the darkness, she could see something different in his posture, something predatory and dangerous that made her blood run cold. Roberto's response was swift and merciless. The knife plunged downward with practiced precision, finding the space between her ribs and piercing her heart with surgical accuracy. Maria's eyes widened in shock and pain, but her son's hand covered her mouth before she could scream, muffling her final breaths. He watched with clinical fascination as the life drained from her eyes, studying every detail of her death throes like a scientist observing an experiment. The attack on Maria roused Nazario from his sleep. Years of police training kicked in as he reached instinctively for his service weapon, but Roberto was faster. The young killer had anticipated this moment, planning for every possible scenario. Before his father could fully awaken, Roberto was upon him, the blood-soaked knife finding flesh again and again. But Nazario was not as easy a victim as his wife had been. Despite his age and the surprise attack, the veteran police officer fought back with desperate strength. Father and son struggled in the darkness, their combat made more horrific by the intimacy of their relationship. Nazario's hands grasped at his son's throat, trying to understand how the child he had raised could have become this monster. Why? Nazario gasped, blood flowing from multiple stab wounds. Roberto, why are you doing this? The anguish in his voice was not from physical pain, but from the devastating realization that his son had become everything he had spent his career fighting against. Roberto's reply was delivered in a voice devoid of emotion, clinical and cold as winter ice. Because I can, he whispered, driving the blade deeper. Because you're weak, and I'm strong. Because I want to see what it feels like to watch you die. The words were spoken with the same casual tone one might use to discuss the weather, making them all the more chilling. The struggle continued for several more minutes, but Roberto's youth and preparation gave him the advantage. Nazario's strength ebbed with each wound, his blood staining the sheets that Maria had washed just days before. Finally, Roberto's hands found his father's throat, squeezing with methodical pressure until the older man's struggles ceased. The silence that followed was absolute and profound. Roberto knelt between the bodies of his parents, studying his handiwork with the detached interest of an artist examining a completed canvas. The room reeked of blood and death, but to Roberto, it smelled like victory, like the fulfillment of a long-held desire. He had crossed the ultimate line, taken the ultimate step into darkness, and discovered that he felt no remorse whatsoever. But Roberto's transformation was not yet complete. The intelligent, calculating mind that had planned this double murder now turned to the practical aspects of covering his tracks. He dragged his parents' bodies to the bathroom, a task made easier by his surprising physical strength and complete lack of emotional attachment to the corpses that had once been his family. The bathtub became their temporary tomb. Roberto filled it with water and lime, chemicals he had researched extensively in preparation for this moment. The lime would accelerate decomposition while helping to mask the smell, buying him precious time to establish an alibi and plan his escape. He arranged the bodies with care, ensuring they would not be immediately visible to anyone who might peer into the bathroom. Over the next 3 days, Roberto maintained the illusion of normalcy with Oscar-worthy performance. He answered the phone when neighbors called, explaining that his parents were away visiting relatives. He collected the mail, maintained the yard, and went about his daily routine as if nothing had changed. All the while, the decomposing corpses of Nazario and Maria Succo lay hidden in their bathroom, slowly dissolving in their chemical bath. The psychological aspects of Roberto's behavior during this period were particularly disturbing. Rather than fleeing immediately after the murders, he seemed to relish the secret knowledge of what he had done. He would sit in the living room where his parents had watched television just days before, eating their food, wearing his father's clothing, and basking in the perverse satisfaction of his crime. On the second night, Roberto invited a neighbor over for dinner, cooking a meal in the same kitchen where he had selected the murder weapon. He chatted pleasantly about his parents' fictitious trip, expressing how much he missed them and how he looked forward to their return. The neighbor later reported that Roberto seemed unusually relaxed and happy, more at ease than she had seen him in years. This period also revealed Roberto's meticulous planning abilities. He used the time to forge documents, steal money from his parents' accounts, and research escape routes across the Italian border. His father's police files provided valuable intelligence about law enforcement procedures and investigative methods, knowledge that would serve him well in the years to come. The discovery of the bodies came, as Roberto had planned, after he had vanished without a trace. The anonymous phone call to police was his own work, made from a payphone miles away as he began his journey toward France. He wanted the bodies found eventually, but only after he had established a substantial head start on any pursuit. The scene that greeted the first responders was one that would haunt them for years to come. The advanced decomposition made identification initially difficult, and the methodical nature of the crime scene suggested a killer with both intelligence and complete lack of empathy. Detective Antonio Rossi, who worked the scene, later described it as the most disturbing crime scene of his 30-year career. "The coldness of it was what got to you," Rossi recalled years later. This wasn't a crime of passion or desperation. Every detail had been planned, every contingency considered. The killer had lived with those bodies for days, going about his business like nothing had happened. It suggested a level of psychological detachment that was truly terrifying. The investigation revealed the full scope of Roberto's preparation. Hidden in his room, police found detailed maps of European transportation routes, forged identification documents, and a journal containing meticulous plans for the murders. Most disturbing were the practice sketches, detailed anatomical drawings showing the most efficient ways to kill a human being, annotated with notes about timing, positioning, and methods of disposal. One entry in Roberto's journal was particularly chilling. The hardest part wasn't the killing. It was pretending to care about them while they were alive. Death is honest. It strips away all the lies and pretense. When I watched the light go out of their eyes, I finally felt free. The manhunt that followed would span multiple countries and involve hundreds of law enforcement officers. But Roberto Succo had already crossed into France, carrying forged papers identifying him as Kurt Weber, a German tourist. The killer with eyes of ice had tasted blood, and he found that he was ravenous for more. The murders of Nazario and Maria Succo represented more than just a double homicide. They marked the birth of one of Europe's most dangerous serial killers. Roberto had discovered his true calling, his purpose in life, and that purpose was death. The loving parents who had raised him, worried about him, and tried to help him had become his first victims, but they would not be his last. As Roberto's train crossed the Italian border into France, he stared out the window at the passing countryside and smiled that cold, empty smile that had chilled so many who knew him. He was free now, free to explore the depths of his own darkness, free to hunt, free to kill. The world had no idea what was coming, but Roberto Succo knew exactly what he was going to do next. The killer with eyes of ice had claimed his first victims, and the taste of murder had only made him hungry for more. His parents' blood was still under his fingernails as he began planning his next kill, already fantasizing about the terror he would spread across Europe. The monster had been born, and now it was time to feed. The morning mist clung to the French countryside like a burial shroud as Roberto Succo stepped off the train in Toulon. His new identity as Kurt Weber, freshly minted in forged documents that bore no trace of his bloody past. The year was 1987, and 6 long years had passed since he had murdered his parents in their Venetian home. Those years had not been idle. They had been a period of careful preparation, psychological evolution, and an escalating hunger for violence that demanded to be fed. The psychiatric hospital in Venice had been child's play to escape from. Roberto's intelligence and manipulative skills had allowed him to convince his doctors that he was making remarkable progress, that the medication was working, that the troubled young man who had killed his parents was evolving into someone capable of rehabilitation. It was all lies, carefully crafted performances designed to lull his captors into complacency. His escape had been meticulously planned, timed to coincide with a shift change and a brief lapse in security protocols. Roberto simply walked out through an unlocked door during the chaos of an emergency involving another patient. By the time his absence was discovered, he was already across the Italian border, leaving behind nothing but empty cells and the growing realization among his doctors that they had been thoroughly deceived. France welcomed him with open arms, or rather, it welcomed the fictional Kurt Weber. Roberto had spent years perfecting his new persona, a charming German salesman with impeccable manners and an easy smile that never quite reached those ice-blue eyes. He spoke multiple languages fluently, possessed an encyclopedic knowledge of European geography, and could discuss art, literature, and politics with convincing sophistication. But beneath this carefully crafted exterior, something far more sinister was stirring. The 6 years of forced inactivity had not diminished his appetite for violence. They had refined it, concentrated it into something more dangerous and calculated than the raw, emotional fury that had driven him to kill his parents. Roberto Succo was no longer an amateur. He had become a professional predator. His first hunting ground was the sun-soaked coast of southern France, where tourists and locals mingled in an atmosphere of relaxed security that made them perfect prey. Roberto rented a modest apartment in Toulon under his false identity, paying cash and avoiding the kind of paperwork that might raise questions. He spent his days observing, learning the rhythms of the city, identifying potential victims and escape routes. The transformation in his methodology was immediately apparent. Where the murders of his parents had been spontaneous and emotional, Roberto now approached killing with the cold precision of a professional assassin. He studied his potential victims for days or even weeks, learning their routines, their vulnerabilities, their relationships. He planned each attack with obsessive detail, considering every possible variable that might lead to his capture or escape. His first French victim was Inspector Michel Morandin of the Gendarmerie, a decorated officer who had spent 20 years fighting crime in the region. Morandin's fatal mistake was conducting a routine traffic stop on a stolen vehicle that Roberto had been using to scout potential targets. What should have been a simple interaction became a nightmare of violence that would send shockwaves through the French law enforcement community. Roberto's attack on Morandin revealed the full extent of his evolution as a killer. Gone was the frenzied stabbing that had characterized his parents' murders. Instead, he employed a combination of weapons and techniques that suggested extensive planning and practice. The officer never had a chance to draw his weapon or call for backup. Roberto's assault was swift, silent, and utterly devastating. The method was clinical in its precision. Roberto used a combination of nerve strikes to disable his victim's ability to resist, followed by targeted wounds that would cause maximum blood loss while minimizing the chance of immediate death. He wanted Morandin to suffer, to experience the full horror of his situation before the end came. The psychological torture was as important to Roberto as the physical violence. Morandin's partner, Claude Iazzi, arrived at the scene to find his colleague dying in a spreading pool of blood. His attempt to help led to his own brutal assault, though Roberto chose to leave him alive, not out of mercy, but because he wanted a witness, someone who could spread the word about what he was capable of. Iazzi's terrified account of the attack would help establish Roberto's reputation as a killer of almost supernatural cunning and brutality. The murder of Inspector Morandin marked the beginning of Roberto's most active killing period. Over the following months, he embarked on a crime spree that would terrorize 3 nations and establish him as one of Europe's most wanted men. His victims included police officers, civilians, and anyone unfortunate enough to cross his path during his increasingly frequent episodes of violence. Each killing revealed new aspects of Roberto's twisted psychology. He seemed to derive particular pleasure from targeting authority figures, police officers, government officials, anyone who represented the kind of control and order that he despised. The murders were not random acts of violence, but carefully orchestrated statements, declarations of war against society itself. His attack on Sergeant André Castillo in the Alpine town of Tréserve demonstrated Roberto's growing confidence and sophistication as a killer. Castillo was an experienced officer, well-trained and alert, but Roberto's approach was so unexpected and violent that the sergeant never had an opportunity to defend himself. The method employed suggested that Roberto had been studying police training and tactics, learning to anticipate and counter their responses. The psychological profile that emerged from these crimes painted a picture of a killer unlike any that European law enforcement had encountered before. Roberto was not driven by sexual compulsion like many serial killers, nor was he motivated by financial gain or personal vendettas. Instead, he seemed to kill for the pure joy of exercising ultimate power over other human beings, for the satisfaction of reducing trained professionals to helpless victims. His ability to evade capture was equally impressive and disturbing. Roberto seemed to possess an almost supernatural awareness of police procedures and investigative techniques. He would disappear from crime scenes without leaving usable evidence, emerge in different countries under new identities, and strike again before authorities could coordinate their response. His intelligence network seemed to include sources within law enforcement agencies, though investigators never determined how he obtained such detailed information about their activities. The hunt for Roberto Succo became an obsession for police across Europe. A special task force was established to coordinate the investigation, bringing together officers from Italy, France, and Switzerland. They shared information, pooled resources, and developed increasingly sophisticated techniques for tracking their quarry. But Roberto always seemed to stay one step ahead, disappearing like smoke whenever they closed in. His psychological warfare extended beyond the actual murders. Roberto began sending taunting messages to police departments, media outlets, and government officials. The letters were articulate and intelligent, filled with philosophical discussions about the nature of power, authority, and death. He seemed to view himself as engaged in some kind of intellectual game with law enforcement, with human lives as the stakes. One particularly chilling letter sent to a French newspaper read, "You call me a monster, but I am simply honest about human nature. Every person you pass on the street has imagined killing someone. I am the only one with the courage to act on those thoughts. I am what you all secretly wish you could be, free from the constraints of morality and law. I am evolution in action." The terror he spread was not limited to his actual victims. Entire communities lived in fear of the killer with eyes of ice, knowing that he could appear anywhere, at any time, and that traditional security measures seemed powerless against him. Parents kept their children indoors, businesses installed additional security systems, and police departments received hundreds of false sightings as paranoia gripped the region. Roberto seemed to thrive on this atmosphere of fear and uncertainty. Witnesses who survived encounters with him described a man who appeared to feed off terror, whose cold blue eyes would light up with pleasure when he saw fear in others. He was not just killing individuals. He was destroying the sense of safety and security that allowed civilized society to function. His crimes during this period revealed an escalating pattern of violence and sadism. Each murder was more elaborate than the last, showing increasing sophistication in planning and execution. Roberto was not just maintaining his skills. He was actively improving them, learning from each encounter and applying those lessons to make himself more dangerous and effective. The investigation files grew thicker with each passing month, filled with crime scene photographs, witness statements, and psychological assessments that painted an increasingly disturbing portrait of their quarry. Roberto Succo was no longer just a serial killer. He had become a force of nature, a living embodiment of chaos and violence that seemed capable of striking anywhere, anytime, without warning. As the body count mounted and the manhunt intensified, one thing became clear. Roberto Succo was not just another criminal to be captured and processed through the justice system. He was something new and terrifying, a predator perfectly adapted to the modern world, capable of exploiting the very systems designed to protect society. The killer with eyes of ice had found his calling, and he was just getting started. The alpine air was crisp and thin as Roberto Succo pressed his face against the cold steel bars of his cell window, staring out at the snow-capped peaks that surrounded the Vicenza maximum security prison. It was the spring of 1988, and Europe's most wanted killer had finally been captured after a manhunt that had lasted over a year and consumed thousands of man-hours across 3 countries. But even behind bars, surrounded by the most sophisticated security measures that modern technology could provide, Roberto remained a source of terror for those who had to guard him. His capture had come not through brilliant detective work or advanced forensics, but through a combination of bad luck and his own growing overconfidence. Roberto had been operating in Switzerland, having just completed what he considered one of his masterpieces, the brutal execution of an entire family in their mountain cabin. The methodical nature of the killings, the careful positioning of the bodies, and the ritualistic elements he had introduced marked it as his most sophisticated work to date. But success had made him careless. High on the adrenaline of his latest kills, Roberto had lingered too long at the scene, taking time to arrange the bodies in poses that satisfied his twisted aesthetic sense. When Swiss police arrived following reports of gunshots, they found him still inside the cabin, standing over his victims with that characteristic cold smile playing across his lips. The arrest itself had been anticlimactic. Roberto offered no resistance, instead seeming almost relieved that the game of cat and mouse had finally ended. He submitted to handcuffs with the same casual indifference he might show to a minor inconvenience, chatting pleasantly with his captors about the weather and the beautiful alpine scenery. It was as if being arrested for multiple murders was simply another interesting experience to add to his collection. Dr. Alessandro Bentivoglio, the prison psychiatrist assigned to evaluate Roberto, would later describe their first meeting as one of the most unsettling experiences of his professional career. "I had interviewed hundreds of violent criminals," he recalled, "but Roberto Succo was different. He wasn't trying to manipulate me or convince me of his innocence. Instead, he seemed genuinely curious about my reactions to his crimes, as if he were conducting his own psychological study. The evaluation process revealed the full scope of Roberto's psychological deterioration. Battery after battery of tests confirmed what investigators had suspected. They were dealing with a highly intelligent sociopath with paranoid schizophrenic tendencies and a complete absence of empathy or remorse. His IQ tested in the superior range, but his moral development had apparently ceased entirely during early adolescence. Most disturbing were Roberto's detailed descriptions of his crimes. He spoke about each murder with the clinical detachment of a surgeon describing a routine operation, providing precise details about methodology, timing, and the psychological responses of his victims. He seemed particularly proud of his ability to prolong suffering, discussing various techniques he had developed to maximize terror while preventing his victims from losing consciousness. The key, he explained to Dr. Bentivoglio during one session, is understanding the relationship between physical pain and psychological trauma. Most killers are inefficient because they focus on only one aspect or the other. I developed a systematic approach that addresses both simultaneously, creating a synergistic effect that produces optimal results. The psychiatric evaluations painted a picture of a killer who had evolved far beyond the troubled young man who had murdered his parents. Roberto had developed his own philosophy of violence, a complex belief system that justified and even celebrated the taking of human life. He saw himself not as a criminal but as an artist, with murder as his medium and terror as his masterpiece. His cell became a laboratory where he continued his intellectual pursuits, requesting books on psychology, philosophy, and criminology. Prison officials, hoping to keep him stable and manageable, allowed him access to an extensive library. Roberto threw himself into his studies with the same obsessive focus he had once applied to planning murders, developing elaborate theories about human nature, social control, and the role of violence in human evolution. But even in maximum security, Roberto's presence created an atmosphere of constant tension and fear. Guards reported feeling physically ill after interactions with him, describing a sense of malevolent energy that seemed to radiate from his cell. Other prisoners, including hardened criminals with extensive histories of violence, gave him a wide berth, instinctively recognizing something inhuman in his cold blue eyes. The media attention surrounding his case only seemed to fuel Roberto's ego. Newspapers across Europe carried detailed accounts of his crimes, often accompanied by psychological profiles that attempted to explain the inexplicable. Roberto read every article about himself, collecting them like trophies and offering corrections or amplifications to journalists who managed to gain interviews with him. His letters to the press revealed a mind that remained active and dangerous despite physical confinement. He wrote extensively about his work, describing it in terms usually reserved for artistic endeavors. Each killing was unique, he wrote to one reporter, an individual expression of my vision. I treated each victim as a canvas upon which I could explore different aspects of the human response to ultimate terror. The investigation into Roberto's crimes continued even after his capture, as authorities worked to identify all of his victims and connect him to unsolved cases across Europe. The process revealed the true scope of his killing spree: bodies that had been discovered but never connected to him, disappearances that had been attributed to other causes, and a pattern of violence that stretched back further than anyone had initially realized. Evidence suggested that Roberto had been responsible for at least 12 confirmed murders, with potentially dozens more that could never be definitively proven. His victims ranged from law enforcement officers to random civilians who had simply had the misfortune to cross his path. Each killing bore his distinctive signature: methodical planning, excessive violence, and a sadistic attention to psychological torture that set him apart from other serial killers. Prison officials began to notice changes in Roberto's behavior as the months passed. The initial satisfaction he had shown following his capture gradually gave way to a restless agitation that seemed to grow stronger with each passing day. He began pacing his cell for hours at a time, covering every inch of the small space in an endless circuit that wore grooves in the concrete floor. Dr. Bentivoglio interpreted these behavioral changes as signs of severe psychological stress. Cut off from his ability to kill, Roberto was experiencing something akin to withdrawal symptoms. The violence that had become his primary source of satisfaction and identity was no longer available to him, leaving him to confront the empty void at the center of his being. He was like an addict deprived of his drug, the psychiatrist explained. Violence had become so integral to his sense of self that without it, he began to disintegrate psychologically. He was discovering that beneath the killer persona, there was essentially nothing left of the human being he had once been. The final phase of Roberto's life began on a gray morning in May 1988, when guards discovered something that would send shockwaves through the entire prison system. Roberto had somehow managed to acquire materials to begin constructing what appeared to be weapons-sharpened pieces of metal, carefully woven rope, and chemical compounds that he had extracted from cleaning supplies and medication. The discovery revealed the full extent of Roberto's resourcefulness and determination. Even under the most stringent security measures, watched around the clock by trained professionals, he had been methodically preparing for one final act of violence. Prison officials realized with growing horror that their most dangerous inmate had never truly been contained at all. An intensive investigation revealed how Roberto had manipulated the system with brilliant precision. He had cultivated relationships with various staff members, not through charm or false friendship, but by studying their psychological profiles and exploiting their individual weaknesses. A guard with gambling debts found himself subtly coerced into smuggling small items. A kitchen worker with a sick mother discovered that opposing Roberto's requests led to inexplicable complications in her life. The weapons cache was only the beginning. Further searches revealed that Roberto had been planning an escape that would have made his previous crimes seem like amateur efforts. He had acquired detailed blueprints of the prison, guard schedules, and security protocols. Most disturbing of all, he had compiled a list of targets, prison staff, police officers who had worked his case, and even Dr. Bentivoglio, along with detailed information about their families and daily routines. He had transformed his cell into a command center, recalled Warden Giorgio Martinelli. We found maps, photographs, schedules, and plans that were more sophisticated than anything we had ever seen from an inmate. It was as if he had been running an intelligence operation from inside our maximum security facility. The psychological evaluations during this period revealed that confinement had not rehabilitated Roberto or even contained his violent impulses. Instead, it had concentrated and refined them into something even more dangerous. Cut off from the ability to kill randomly, he had focused all his energy into planning what he clearly intended to be his masterpiece, a coordinated attack that would result in maximum casualties and terror. Roberto's journals from this period provided chilling insights into his mental state. "Confinement has been educational," he wrote. "I have learned to channel my energy more efficiently, to plan with greater precision. When I am free again, and I will be free, the work I do will make my previous efforts seem like the fumbling attempts of a child." The discovery of his escape plans triggered a complete lockdown of the facility. Roberto was moved to solitary confinement, stripped of all privileges, and placed under constant video surveillance. But even these extreme measures failed to diminish the sense of menace that surrounded him. Guards reported that being in his presence felt like standing next to a caged tiger, knowing that the bars were the only thing preventing catastrophe. Dr. Bentivoglio's final evaluation of Roberto would become a landmark document in criminal psychology. "We are dealing with an individual who has transcended normal human categories," he wrote. "Roberto Succo represents pure predatory instinct refined by superior intelligence and completely unrestrained by conscience or empathy. He is not insane in any clinical sense. He understands right from wrong perfectly well. He simply considers such distinctions irrelevant to his purposes." The end came suddenly and without warning on the morning of May 23, 1988. Guards conducting their routine cell check found Roberto's body hanging from a noose constructed from bedsheets. His ice blue eyes finally closed forever. The killer who had terrorized Europe for nearly a decade had chosen to end his own life rather than spend the remainder of it in captivity. But even Roberto's suicide carried the hallmarks of his twisted psychology. Prison investigators discovered that he had timed his death to coincide with the birthday of his first victim, his mother, Maria. The symbolism was unmistakable. Even in death, Roberto was making a statement about the nature of his crimes and his complete rejection of human connection. His cell was found to contain one final message, scratched into the wall with fingernails that had worn down to the quick. I am the storm that reveals the weakness of your shelters. I am the darkness that shows the fragility of your light. I am what you fear to become, and what some of you secretly are. The death of Roberto Succo marked the end of one of Europe's most terrifying crime sprees, but it did little to ease the psychological scars he had left behind. His victims' families struggled with trauma that would last for decades. Police officers who had worked his cases found themselves unable to forget those cold blue eyes and that emotionless smile. An entire generation of law enforcement professionals had been forced to confront the reality that some human beings are simply evil beyond redemption or understanding. Dr. Bentivoglio, who had spent more time with Roberto than perhaps anyone else, was profoundly affected by the experience. He showed me depths of human darkness that I had never imagined possible, he later wrote. But perhaps more disturbing was his complete ordinariness when he chose to appear normal. He could have been anyone's son, anyone's neighbor, anyone's friend. That was the truly terrifying thing about Roberto Succo. He proved that monsters can wear perfectly human faces. The investigation files were eventually sealed and stored in archives across 3 countries, containing detailed records of crimes that were too disturbing for public consumption. But the impact of Roberto's reign of terror extended far beyond the immediate victims. He had shattered the comfortable illusion that sophisticated modern societies could protect their citizens from truly determined predators. Law enforcement agencies across Europe implemented new training programs and security protocols based on lessons learned from the Succo case. Prison systems revised their procedures for handling dangerous inmates. Mental health professionals developed new assessment tools for identifying potential killers before they could strike. In death, Roberto had forced society to evolve in response to the threat he had represented. Yet questions lingered that would never be fully answered. How had a seemingly normal middle-class boy transformed into such a monster? What combination of genetics, psychology, and circumstance had created Roberto Succo? And most disturbing of all, how many others like him might be walking among us, waiting for the right moment to reveal their true nature? The killer with eyes of ice was finally gone. His reign of terror ended by his own hand in a prison cell far from the Italian home where his first victims had died. But the darkness he had unleashed, the fear he had spread, and the questions he had raised about the nature of human evil would continue to haunt those who had encountered him long after his death. Roberto Succo had claimed his final victim himself, but even in death, he remained a specter of pure malevolence, a reminder that some forms of evil transcend understanding and can only be contained, never truly defeated. The monster was dead, but the memory of his cold blue eyes and that terrible smile would live on, a permanent scar on the collective memory of all who had witnessed his work. His story serves as a chilling reminder that evil can emerge from the most unexpected places, that intelligence and sophistication can make a killer more dangerous rather than less, and that some individuals are simply beyond the reach of human compassion or rehabilitation. Roberto Succo, the killer with eyes of ice, had finally closed those eyes forever, taking his secrets and his madness with him into the darkness from which there is no return. The files remain sealed, the investigation officially closed, but the questions raised by Roberto Succo's brief but terrifying existence continue to challenge our understanding of human nature itself. In the end, perhaps that was his most lasting legacy, not just the lives he took, but the comfortable certainties about human goodness that he destroyed, leaving behind only the cold knowledge that monsters are real, and they walk among us with faces we would never suspect. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2. When Evil Wears a Familiar Face, the Sonia Calffy Case. The screams echoed through the narrow corridors of an Italian apartment building on that blood-soaked February morning in 2020. What neighbors initially dismissed as another domestic dispute would soon reveal itself as something far more sinister, the final act in a methodical campaign of terror that had been brewing for months. Sonia Calffy's name would forever be etched in the annals of criminal history, not as a victim, but as the architect of unspeakable horrors that shattered multiple families and left investigators questioning everything they thought they knew about the capacity for human evil. This is not a story of sudden madness or crime of passion. This is the chilling account of calculated brutality, of trust weaponized into destruction, and of how the person closest to you can become your greatest nightmare. Tonight, we descend into the twisted mind of a killer who turned love into a hunting ground, transforming intimate relationships into death traps that would claim multiple lives across northern Italy. The morning frost clung to the windows of Via Alessandro Volta like crystallized tears, creating distorted reflections that seemed to mock the tranquility of Brescia's residential district. February 18, 2020, began like any other Tuesday in this middle-class neighborhood where children's laughter typically mingled with the distant hum of morning traffic. But today, an unnatural silence had settled over apartment 4B. A silence so profound it seemed to absorb sound itself, creating a vacuum of dread that would soon explode into chaos. Sonia Calffy moved through her morning routine with the mechanical precision of someone who had rehearsed these moments countless times in her mind. At 34, she possessed the kind of understated beauty that made people trust her instinctively. Warm brown eyes that seemed to radiate empathy, delicate features that suggested vulnerability rather than violence, and a smile that had charmed neighbors, colleagues, and lovers alike. Yet this morning, those same features were arranged into something altogether different. A mask of cold determination that her victims would never see coming. The apartment around her told the story of a life carefully curated to project normalcy. Family photographs lined the mantelpiece, showing Sonia embracing various partners over the years, her expression always radiant, always the picture of devotion. Books about psychology and relationships filled the shelves, titles that would later seem grotesquely ironic to investigators who discovered how she had weaponized every principle of human connection. Fresh flowers in crystal vases suggested someone who cared about beauty and life, while the immaculate cleanliness spoke to an obsessive attention to detail that extended far beyond housekeeping. But hidden within this tableau of domestic bliss were subtle signs of something far more disturbing. Kitchen knives arranged with surgical precision, cleaning supplies that seemed excessive for even the most meticulous homemaker, and a laptop whose browser history would later reveal searches that chilled seasoned detectives to their core. Sonia had been planning, preparing, and perfecting her methods for months, possibly years, transforming her living space into a carefully orchestrated stage for unspeakable acts. The first victim had been Marco Benedetti, her former fiancé whose disappearance 6 months earlier had been attributed to a midlife crisis and subsequent voluntary disappearance. At 42, Marco had been a successful architect with everything to live for: a thriving practice, a loving relationship with Sonia, and plans for marriage that had been announced to friends and family just weeks before his vanishing. The official investigation had been perfunctory at best. Adults have the right to disappear, and Marco's credit cards showed activity suggesting he had simply chosen to start over somewhere else. What investigators didn't know was that those credit card transactions had been executed by Sonia herself, using Marco's personal information to create a false trail while his body decomposed in a carefully prepared location that wouldn't be discovered for months. She had studied forensic techniques with the dedication of a graduate student, learning about decomposition rates, DNA degradation, and the countless ways that evidence could be eliminated or contaminated. Marco's death hadn't been passionate or impulsive. It had been a masterpiece of premeditation that revealed the true depths of Sonia's calculated malevolence. The method she had chosen was as intimate as it was horrifying. Marco had trusted her completely, never suspecting that the woman who shared his bed and his dreams was methodically planning his destruction. On their final evening together, Sonia had prepared his favorite meal, osso buco with saffron risotto, while lacing his wine with a carefully measured dose of benzodiazepines that would render him helpless but conscious. She wanted him aware of what was happening, She wanted to see the recognition in his eyes as he realized that the person he loved most had become his executioner. As Marco's motor functions deteriorated and panic set in, Sonia had revealed her true nature with the casual indifference of someone discussing the weather. She explained how she had grown bored with him, how his predictability had become insufferable, and how his plans for their future had begun to feel like a prison sentence she refused to serve. But it was her description of what came next that would haunt investigators long after the case was closed. Marco's death had been prolonged and methodical. Sonia had used techniques she had researched extensively, ensuring maximum suffering while avoiding patterns that might attract attention. She had documented everything with the clinical detachment of a research scientist, keeping detailed notes about his reactions, his pleas, and the precise moment when his spirit finally broke before his body followed. The recordings she made would later be discovered encrypted on multiple devices, revealing a level of sadistic pleasure that defied comprehension. The disposal of Marco's body showcased the same meticulous planning that had characterized every aspect of the crime. Sonia had prepared a location months in advance, a remote section of abandoned industrial property where environmental contamination would accelerate decomposition and mask forensic evidence. She had studied the area's geography, weather patterns, and wildlife behavior, calculating exactly how long it would take for nature to eliminate the traces of her work. But Marco had been merely a rehearsal, a test run for the horrors that would follow. As Sonia cleaned his blood from her apartment with industrial-grade chemicals and rearranged her living space to eliminate any trace of his presence, she was already planning her next victim. The rush she had felt during Marco's final moments had been intoxicating, creating an addiction that would drive her to increasingly bold and brutal acts. The psychological profile that would later be constructed by criminal experts painted a picture of someone who had likely been fantasizing about violence for years before acting on those impulses. Sonia exhibited classic signs of psychopathy: superficial charm, a complete lack of empathy, and an ability to manipulate others with frightening skill. But she also displayed characteristics that made her particularly dangerous: exceptional intelligence, meticulous planning abilities, and a charismatic personality that allowed her to maintain relationships and social connections even while committing horrific crimes. Her childhood had provided few obvious warning signs, making her eventual descent into violence even more chilling. Born to middle-class parents in Milan, Sonia had been an exceptional student who excelled in both academics and social situations. Teachers remembered her as helpful and empathetic, always the first to comfort a crying classmate or volunteer for school projects. Friends described her as loyal and trustworthy, someone who could keep secrets and provide emotional support during difficult times. Yet even then, there had been subtle indicators that something darker lurked within her psyche. Childhood pets had a disturbing tendency to disappear or meet with accidents when under her care. She showed an unusual fascination with true crime stories and forensic science, spending hours researching criminal cases with an intensity that seemed excessive for casual interest. Most troubling of all, she demonstrated an uncanny ability to identify people's emotional vulnerabilities and exploit them for her own purposes, though at the time this had been dismissed as exceptional emotional intelligence rather than predatory behavior. As Sonia entered her 20s and began forming romantic relationships, a pattern began to emerge that would later seem obvious in hindsight. Partners who initially described her as the perfect girlfriend would gradually become isolated from friends and family, emotionally dependent on her approval, and increasingly willing to ignore red flags that might have otherwise prompted them to leave. She had an almost supernatural ability to identify individuals who were vulnerable to psychological manipulation. People dealing with recent losses, career setbacks, or relationship failures who were desperate for the kind of intense emotional connection she initially provided. The transformation from devoted girlfriend to psychological predator happened so gradually that victims rarely recognized it until it was too late. Sonia would begin by showering them with affection and attention that felt overwhelming in its intensity, creating a sense of being uniquely understood and cherished. She would encourage them to share their deepest fears and insecurities, positioning herself as the only person who truly understood their pain. Gradually, she would begin to isolate them from other relationships, suggesting that friends and family members didn't really care about them the way she did. Marco had followed this exact pattern, though he had never lived long enough to realize how completely he had been manipulated. Their relationship had begun when he was struggling with the failure of his previous marriage and questioning his professional direction. Sonia had appeared at exactly the right moment, offering understanding and support that felt like a lifeline. Within months, he had become completely dependent on her emotional validation, having gradually distanced himself from longtime friends and family members who had expressed concerns about the relationship's intensity. The apartment where Marco had met his end became a shrine to Sonia's twisted methodology. Every surface had been carefully prepared to facilitate cleaning, with plastic sheeting that could be quickly disposed of and drainage systems that would prevent blood from staining permanent fixtures. She had installed soundproofing that would muffle screams and invested in air filtration systems that would eliminate odors. Most chilling of all, she had created a dedicated space for recording her crimes, complete with professional-grade audio and video equipment that would capture every moment of her victim's suffering. As February 18th dawned and Sonia prepared for what would become her final performance, she felt none of the nervousness that might have affected a less experienced killer. She had refined her techniques through trial and error, learning from each previous crime to become more efficient and more brutal. The woman who had once charmed teachers and friends with her apparent compassion had evolved into something genuinely monstrous, a predator who had learned to weaponize human connection itself. The morning routine she followed had been perfected through repetition. She would begin by reviewing her plans one final time, ensuring that every detail had been considered and every contingency prepared for. Then she would spend time in meditation, not for spiritual purposes but to achieve the emotional detachment necessary for the work ahead. Finally, she would transform her appearance from loving girlfriend to executioner, though the physical changes were subtle. It was the look in her eyes that would have terrified anyone perceptive enough to notice the shift. Today's victim was already on his way, trusting and unsuspecting, believing he was coming to share a romantic breakfast with the woman he loved. He had no idea that he was walking into a carefully prepared trap, or that his every step brought him closer to a death that would be recorded, catalogued, and added to Sonia's growing collection of atrocities. The mask of normalcy she had worn for so long was about to slip away entirely, revealing the monster that had been hiding underneath all along. Detective Inspector Lucia Martinelli had seen enough evil in her 23-year career to recognize when something felt fundamentally wrong, even when all the surface evidence suggested otherwise. Standing outside Sonia Calffy's apartment building on that frigid February morning, watching the forensic team methodically document what appeared to be a straightforward domestic violence incident, Martinelli felt the familiar chill that had nothing to do with the winter air, the sensation that they were staring directly at a monster while seeing only its carefully constructed mask. The scene that had greeted first responders was horrifically theatrical in its presentation. Antonio Rossi, 38, lay sprawled across the kitchen floor in a pool of blood that had already begun to congeal into dark, viscous patterns that seemed to mock the cheerful sunflower motifs decorating Sonia's ceramic tiles. Multiple stab wounds punctured his torso with surgical precision, each penetrating at angles that suggested extensive anatomical knowledge. His eyes, frozen wide in eternal terror, stared at the ceiling as if seeking answers that would never come. Sonia herself had been discovered in the living room, cradled in the corner like a broken doll, her nightgown artfully torn and stained with what appeared to be her own blood from defensive wounds on her arms and hands. Her performance was Oscar-worthy, trembling uncontrollably, speaking in fractured whispers about how Antonio had changed during the night, becoming violent and threatening before she had been forced to defend herself with a kitchen knife. Tears streamed down her face as she described fighting for her life against the man she had loved, creating a narrative so compelling that even experienced officers found themselves sympathizing with her plight. But Martinelli had learned to trust her instincts over evidence, and every instinct she possessed was screaming warnings that her colleagues seemed unable to hear. The wound patterns on Antonio's body were too precise, too systematically placed to have been inflicted during a frenzied struggle for survival. The blood spatter analysis would later confirm her suspicions, revealing trajectories consistent with deliberate, methodical attacks rather than desperate defensive actions. Most tellingly, Sonia's own injuries were superficial and located in areas that would heal quickly without permanent damage. exactly what someone might do to themselves to support a fabricated story. The investigation that followed would uncover a trail of disappearances and suspicious deaths stretching back over 18 months, each linked to Sonia Calffy through romantic relationships that had ended in tragedy. The pattern was so consistent it seemed almost absurd that no one had noticed it earlier, but Sonia had been careful to spread her crimes across multiple jurisdictions, ensuring that overworked police departments would treat each case as an isolated incident rather than part of a larger pattern. Marco Benedetti's disappearance had been the first domino in a chain of events that investigators would later realize had been orchestrated with frightening precision. His body was discovered 3 days after Antonio's murder, buried in a shallow grave on industrial property that Sonia had visited repeatedly in the months leading up to his death. The decomposition was extensive, but forensic examination revealed evidence of prolonged torture that painted a picture of suffering so extreme that hardened coroners required counseling after completing their reports. The discovery of Marco's remains triggered a massive multi-jurisdictional investigation that would eventually uncover evidence of at least 7 murders committed by Sonia over the course of 2 years. Each victim had been a romantic partner who had fallen under her spell during vulnerable periods in their lives, only to discover too late that they had invited a predator into their hearts and homes. The methodology remained consistent across all cases: initial manipulation and isolation, followed by psychological torture that could last for weeks or months, culminating in prolonged physical torture and eventual murder. Forensic analysis of Sonia's apartment revealed that she had been using her living space as a killing ground far longer than anyone had initially suspected. Luminol testing exposed blood traces that had soaked deep into floorboards despite her meticulous cleaning efforts, creating a map of violence that told the story of multiple victims who had met their end in rooms that appeared pristine to casual observation. Hidden cameras throughout the apartment had recorded everything, creating an archive of atrocities that would haunt investigators for years to come. The victims came from all walks of life, united only by their vulnerability to psychological manipulation and their fatal attraction to Sonia's carefully crafted persona. There was Giuseppe Toriani, a recently divorced teacher who had met Sonia at a support group for people dealing with relationship trauma. His disappearance had been attributed to depression and possible suicide, especially after his car was found abandoned near a bridge with a note suggesting he couldn't cope with his life circumstances. A note that handwriting analysis would later prove had been forged by Sonia. Federico Albani, a widower still grieving his wife's death from cancer, had encountered Sonia at a grief counseling session where she had positioned herself as someone who understood loss and could help others heal from their pain. His family had been puzzled by his sudden decision to sell his house and move abroad, especially since he had left no forwarding address and ceased all contact with his children. The truth was far more horrifying. Federico had never left the country, instead meeting his end in Sonia's apartment after weeks of psychological torture designed to break his spirit before she broke his body. Then there was Matteo Zanetti, a successful businessman who had been struggling with alcohol addiction when he met Sonia at a rehabilitation center where she had volunteered. His recovery had seemed miraculous under her influence, leading friends and family to credit her with saving his life. When he disappeared, his relapse and subsequent death were viewed as tragic but unsurprising outcomes of his disease. The reality was that Sonia had deliberately sabotaged his recovery, using his addiction as a tool to isolate him from support systems before revealing her true nature. Each murder had been more elaborate and more brutal than the last, suggesting that Sonia was not only addicted to killing, but was actively refining her techniques to maximize both her victims' suffering and her own satisfaction. The video recordings discovered in her apartment revealed a progression of sadistic experimentation that defied comprehension. Early victims had been killed relatively quickly, but later recordings showed torture sessions that lasted for days, with Sonia methodically exploring different techniques for inflicting pain while keeping her victims conscious and aware. The psychological profile constructed by criminal experts painted a picture of someone whose capacity for evil had been carefully cultivated over years of fantasy and preparation. Dr. Elena Rossetti, a renowned forensic psychiatrist brought in to assess Sonia's mental state, described her as one of the most dangerous individuals she had encountered in her career, not because of impulsive violence, but because of her calculated approach to causing maximum suffering. She doesn't kill in rage or passion, Dr. Rossetti explained to the investigation team. She kills for pleasure, with the same methodical approach that others might use to perfect a recipe or master a musical instrument. Each victim was an opportunity to refine her technique, to explore new ways of inflicting pain, to push the boundaries of what a human being can endure before death becomes a mercy. The recordings revealed that Sonia had developed an extensive knowledge of human anatomy, psychology, and forensic science that she used to maximize both the suffering she inflicted and her chances of avoiding detection. She understood which nerve clusters would cause the most pain when stimulated, which psychological triggers would break her victim's spirits most effectively, and which forensic countermeasures would eliminate evidence of her crimes. Most chilling of all was her apparent ability to maintain multiple personas simultaneously, presenting herself as a devoted girlfriend to current victims while methodically torturing previous ones in soundproof rooms just meters away. Neighbors described hearing nothing unusual from her apartment, testament to the soundproofing she had installed and her careful timing of activities. She would attend social events and maintain professional relationships even while keeping victims captive, displaying a compartmentalization of personality that suggested profound psychological abnormality. The investigation also revealed that Sonia had been building toward something even more horrific than the individual murders she had already committed. Plans discovered on her computer detailed fantasies about simultaneous multiple victims, about creating a more permanent facility where she could keep people alive for extended periods of torture, and about expanding her activities to include victims beyond romantic partners. She had been researching techniques used by historical torturers and contemporary serial killers, compiling a library of methodologies that she intended to incorporate into her future crimes. The financial aspect of her crimes added another layer of horror to an already incomprehensible case. Sonia had been systematically stealing from her victims, using their personal information to access bank accounts, sell property, and assume their identities for various fraudulent schemes. The money had been used to fund her increasingly elaborate crime scenes, purchasing equipment and supplies that transformed her apartment into a sophisticated torture chamber that would have been worthy of professional interrogators. Perhaps most disturbing was the discovery that Sonia had been in contact with other individuals who shared her interests, communicating through encrypted channels with people around the world who were similarly engaged in acts of torture and murder. She had been sharing videos of her crimes, receiving feedback and suggestions for improvement, and apparently planning to meet with other killers to exchange techniques and possibly collaborate on future projects. The international implications of these connections sent shockwaves through law enforcement agencies across Europe and beyond. Investigators realized they weren't just dealing with an isolated serial killer, but potentially a member of a network of individuals who were actively sharing information about torture techniques, victim selection, and methods for avoiding detection. The full scope of this network would take years to unravel, with investigations still ongoing in multiple countries. As the evidence against Sonia mounted, her carefully constructed mask of victimhood began to slip away, revealing glimpses of the monster underneath. During interrogations, she would occasionally let her guard down, displaying a coldness and calculating intelligence that chilled even experienced detectives. She seemed to take pride in her work, describing her crimes with the enthusiasm of an artist discussing their masterpiece. The transformation was so complete that officers who had initially sympathized with her plight found themselves questioning their own judgment and wondering how they had been so thoroughly deceived. The woman who had seemed so vulnerable and traumatized revealed herself to be one of the most dangerous predators they had ever encountered, someone who had weaponized human compassion itself to identify and destroy her victims. The interrogation room at Brescia Central Police Station had witnessed countless confessions, denials, and breakdowns over the decades, but nothing had prepared the veteran detectives for the chilling performance they were about to witness. Sonia Calffy sat across from Detective Inspector Martinelli and her team, no longer the trembling victim who had been discovered cowering in her blood-stained apartment. The transformation was so complete it seemed as if they were speaking to an entirely different person, one whose eyes held depths of calculated malice that made seasoned investigators unconsciously lean back from the table. The mask had finally slipped completely away, revealing the predator that had been hiding underneath all along. Gone was the vulnerable woman who had sobbed about defending herself against an abusive lover. In her place sat someone who radiated an aura of barely contained excitement, as if she were finally able to reveal her true nature after years of careful concealment. The change was so dramatic that even the court-appointed psychiatrist would later describe it as one of the most disturbing personality revelations he had ever witnessed. "You want to know about Antonio?" Sonia asked, her voice carrying none of the tremor that had characterized her earlier statements. Instead, there was an almost musical quality to her tone, as if she were discussing a pleasant memory rather than a brutal murder. "He screamed beautifully. They all do eventually. But Antonio, he had such a lovely voice. Even when I was cutting into him, he maintained this operatic quality that was simply exquisite." The detailed confession that followed would haunt everyone in that room for the rest of their careers. Sonia described her crimes with the clinical precision of a surgeon and the artistic passion of a composer, revealing a level of premeditation and sadistic creativity that defied comprehension. She had not only planned each murder meticulously, but had choreographed them like theatrical performances, with herself as both director and star. Antonio Rossi had been selected specifically for his vocal qualities and physical resilience, characteristics that Sonia had evaluated during their 3-month relationship like a casting director auditioning actors for a particularly demanding role. She had tested his pain tolerance through subtle methods, observing his reactions to minor injuries and noting his emotional responses to various stimuli. By the time she decided to act, she knew exactly how long he would survive her attentions and how much suffering she could inflict before death became inevitable. The night of his murder had been planned as the culmination of weeks of psychological preparation. Sonia had been gradually introducing elements of physical dominance into their intimate relationship, conditioning Antonio to accept restraints and submission as expressions of trust and love. She had studied psychological manipulation techniques used by cult leaders and abusive partners, applying them with scientific precision to break down his resistance and create complete psychological dependence. "He trusted me completely by the end," she explained with evident satisfaction. "When I showed him the restraints that final night, he actually helped me secure them properly. He thought we were playing one of our games." The look of confusion when he realized what was really happening, that moment of recognition when trust transforms into terror, that's worth more than anything money could buy. The recording equipment discovered in her apartment had captured every moment of Antonio's final hours, creating a documentary of torture so extreme that investigators required psychological counseling after reviewing the evidence. The footage revealed that his death had not been quick or merciful. Sonia had kept him alive for nearly 18 hours, using medical knowledge she had acquired through extensive research to ensure he remained conscious throughout his ordeal. But Antonio had been merely the latest in a series of increasingly elaborate murders that stretched back over 2 years. As Sonia's confession continued, the full scope of her crimes began to emerge like a nightmare that kept expanding beyond the boundaries of what investigators had thought possible. Each victim had been chosen for specific qualities, vocal characteristics, pain tolerance, emotional vulnerability, that would contribute to her twisted vision of the perfect killing. The methodology had evolved with each murder, incorporating lessons learned from previous victims and techniques researched from historical and contemporary sources. Sonia had studied everything from medieval torture devices to modern interrogation methods, creating a synthesis of approaches designed to maximize both physical pain and psychological suffering. She had even consulted medical textbooks to understand which injuries would be most agonizing while remaining non-fatal, allowing her to prolong her victim's torment far beyond what untrained sadists could achieve. Marco Benedetti's murder, which had served as her initial masterpiece, had been planned for months before execution. Sonia had carefully mapped out every detail, from the drugs she would use to incapacitate him to the precise location where his body would be disposed of afterward. She had even rehearsed the sequence of events using mannequins and anatomical models, perfecting her technique until she could perform each step with surgical precision. "Marco was special because he was my first complete work," she explained, her eyes taking on a dreamy quality that made investigators' skin crawl. "Before him, I had only experimented with animals and fantasy scenarios, but Marco gave me the opportunity to discover what I was truly capable of creating. His death taught me that I had a gift, a talent for transforming flesh and spirit into art that transcends conventional understanding." The forensic evidence supported every horrifying detail of her confession. The industrial property where Marco's body had been discovered showed signs of extensive preparation, with drainage systems that would carry away blood and soundproofing that would muffle screams. Soil samples revealed traces of multiple victims, suggesting that Sonia had been using the location as a killing ground far longer than investigators had initially realized. Giuseppe Torriani, the divorced teacher who had sought help at a support group, had been selected specifically for his emotional fragility and social isolation. Sonia had positioned herself as his salvation, gradually assuming control over every aspect of his life until he was completely dependent on her approval. His murder had been preceded by weeks of psychological torture designed to break his spirit completely before she began the physical destruction of his body. Giuseppe was particularly satisfying because of his intelligence, Sonia recalled with evident pleasure. He understood exactly what was happening to him at every stage of the process. I could see him analyzing his situation, trying to find logical explanations for increasingly irrational circumstances. Watching someone's worldview crumble as they realize they've been living with their own executioner, it's intoxicating. The forged suicide note that had misdirected the initial investigation had been crafted with the same meticulous attention to detail that characterized all of Sonia's work. She had studied Giuseppe's handwriting for months, practicing until she could replicate it perfectly. More importantly, she had manipulated his psychological state to the point where suicide seemed like a plausible explanation for his disappearance, even to people who had known him well. Federico Albani's murder had represented another evolution in Sonia's methodology. Rather than simply killing him in her apartment, she had transported him to a remote cabin that she had prepared specifically for extended torture sessions. The location had allowed her to keep him alive for nearly a week, exploring new techniques and documenting his responses with the thoroughness of a research scientist. Federico was my longest project, she explained with the pride of an artist discussing their most ambitious work. I had always been constrained by the need to dispose of bodies quickly, but the cabin gave me the freedom to truly explore what was possible. By the end, he was begging me to kill him, promising me anything if I would just end his suffering. That level of complete psychological surrender is what I had been working toward all along. The video documentation of Federico's death revealed torture techniques that borrowed from historical precedents while incorporating modern understanding of human physiology and psychology. Sonia had created a systematic approach to inflicting maximum pain while preventing death, allowing her to maintain complete control over the timing and manner of her victim's eventual demise. Matteo Zanetti's murder had been particularly calculated because of his struggles with addiction. Sonia had deliberately undermined his recovery, providing him with alcohol and drugs while positioning herself as his primary source of emotional support. The resulting psychological dependency had made him completely vulnerable to her manipulation, allowing her to isolate him from family and friends who might have interfered with her plans. Addicts make excellent victims because they're already accustomed to having their lives controlled by something external, she observed with clinical detachment. Matteo was so grateful for my support that he never questioned why his recovery seemed to require cutting ties with everyone else in his life. By the time I revealed my true intentions, he was so broken by his relapse that he actually welcomed death as a form of release. The sophistication of Sonia's crimes extended beyond individual murders to encompass a comprehensive strategy for avoiding detection that demonstrated criminal intelligence rare among even professional killers. She had studied law enforcement techniques, forensic science, and criminal psychology with the dedication of someone pursuing an advanced degree, using this knowledge to stay ahead of investigators who were working with conventional assumptions about criminal behavior. The international connections revealed through her encrypted communications had opened up entirely new avenues of investigation that would take years to fully explore. Sonia had been part of an online community of individuals who shared interests in torture, murder, and psychological manipulation, exchanging videos, techniques, and potential victim information with people around the world. The network taught me so much, she admitted during one particularly chilling session. There are people out there doing work that makes my efforts seem primitive by comparison. I was hoping to learn from them, to elevate my art to levels that single practitioners can never achieve alone. The collaboration possibilities were inspiring. The discovery of this network had prompted coordinated investigations across multiple countries, revealing similar cases that had previously been treated as isolated incidents. The scope of the conspiracy was still being unraveled, but preliminary evidence suggested that dozens of murders across Europe and North America might be connected through this underground community of serial killers. Perhaps most disturbing was Sonia's revelation that her apartment murders had been intended as audition pieces, demonstrations of her capabilities that would qualify her for inclusion in more elaborate projects planned by the network. She had been working toward participating in group killings that would involve multiple perpetrators and victims, creating scenarios that would dwarf individual crimes in their scope and sophistication. Individual murder is just the beginning, she explained with the enthusiasm of someone describing a promising career opportunity. The real artistry comes from orchestration, multiple victims, multiple techniques, extended timelines that allow for proper development of themes and variations. I was being considered for participation in a project that would have redefined what people think is possible in terms of organized sadism. The investigation into this network would ultimately lead to arrests across 3 continents, disrupting plans for crimes that would have made Sonia's individual murders seem modest by comparison. The full scope of the conspiracy remained classified, but sources suggested that law enforcement had uncovered plans for mass torture events that would have claimed dozens of victims simultaneously. As Sonia's confessions continued over multiple sessions, the portrait that emerged was of someone who had systematically developed her capacity for evil with the same dedication that others might apply to mastering a musical instrument or perfecting athletic skills. Every aspect of her crimes had been carefully planned, methodically executed, and thoroughly documented for future reference and improvement. The woman who had once charmed teachers, neighbors, and lovers with her apparent empathy and compassion was revealed to be one of the most dangerous predators ever encountered by Italian law enforcement. Someone who had turned human connection itself into a weapon for identifying and destroying vulnerable individuals who made the fatal mistake of trusting her with their hearts and lives. The courtroom in Milan's Palace of Justice had never hosted a trial quite like the one that began on September 15, 2020. Despite extensive security measures and restricted access, an atmosphere of palpable tension filled the ornate chamber as spectators, journalists, and legal professionals gathered to witness the prosecution of Sonia Calffy, a woman whose name had become synonymous with calculated evil throughout Italy and beyond. The defendant sat in the dock with a composure that seemed almost supernatural, occasionally offering subtle smiles to observers, as if she were attending a social gathering rather than facing charges that could result in life imprisonment. Judge Alessandro Ferretti, a veteran of high-profile criminal cases spanning 3 decades, would later describe the Calffy trial as the most disturbing proceeding he had ever overseen, not because of courtroom dramatics or emotional outbursts, but because of the defendant's unwavering calmness as the most horrific evidence imaginable was presented to the jury. She seemed to take genuine pleasure in hearing detailed descriptions of her crimes read aloud, occasionally nodding approvingly when prosecutors accurately described particularly brutal aspects of her methodology. The prosecution, led by Chief Prosecutor Maria Santangelo, faced the challenging task of presenting evidence so extreme that it risked overwhelming the jury while simultaneously ensuring that justice was served for victims whose suffering had been documented in excruciating detail. The video recordings discovered in Sonia's apartment provided irrefutable proof of her guilt, but their content was so disturbing that even hardened legal professionals required psychological support after viewing them. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Prosecutor Santangelo began her opening statement. You are about to witness evidence of crimes that challenge our fundamental understanding of human nature. The defendant, Sonia Calffy, did not kill in passion, anger, or desperation. She killed for pleasure, with the methodical precision of someone who had turned murder into an art form and torture into a science. The evidence presented over the following weeks painted a picture of premeditated evil that seemed to belong in works of fiction rather than real life. Forensic experts testified about the sophisticated soundproofing and drainage system Sonia had installed in her apartment, transforming it into a purpose-built torture chamber that could contain the screams of multiple victims. Medical examiners described wounds inflicted with surgical precision, designed to maximize pain while preventing death until Sonia decided her victims had suffered enough. Dr. Elena Rossetti, the forensic psychiatrist who had evaluated Sonia during the investigation, provided testimony that sent chills through the packed courtroom. Her psychological assessment revealed an individual who exhibited no remorse, empathy, or recognition that her actions had caused suffering to other human beings. Instead, Sonia viewed her victims as raw material for artistic expression, no different from a sculptor viewing marble or a painter considering pigments. The defendant displays classic characteristics of psychopathy taken to their most extreme conclusion. Dr. Rossetti testified, her voice steady despite the horrific subject matter. She possesses superior intelligence, exceptional manipulative abilities, and a complete absence of human empathy. What makes her particularly dangerous is her capacity for long-term planning and her ability to maintain superficial relationships while simultaneously engaging in acts of unprecedented brutality. The most damaging evidence came from Sonia's own recordings, though only brief audio excerpts could be played in court due to their graphic nature. Even these carefully selected fragments were enough to reduce several jury members to tears and prompt the judge to call multiple recesses. The recordings revealed a woman who took sadistic pleasure not just in inflicting physical pain, but in the psychological destruction of people who had trusted her with their lives. Antonio Rossi's family members were present throughout the trial, seeking answers that no legal proceeding could truly provide. His sister, Elena Rossi, delivered a victim impact statement that brought the courtroom to absolute silence. My brother was a gentle man who believed in love, who trusted people because he saw good in everyone. Sonia didn't just kill his body. She murdered his faith in humanity, his belief that the world contained more good than evil. She took everything beautiful about who he was and turned it into a weapon against him. The testimony revealed that Sonia's crimes extended far beyond the murders themselves. She had systematically destroyed the lives of countless individuals who had the misfortune of encountering her, leaving trails of psychological devastation that would persist for generations. Family members of victims described years of wondering what had happened to their loved ones, of false hope followed by crushing despair, of relationships shattered by grief and uncertainty. The international network of killers that Sonia had been part of added another dimension of horror to the proceedings. Evidence presented by Interpol revealed communications between Sonia and individuals in 12 different countries, all sharing techniques, victim selection strategies, and recordings of their crimes. The scope of this conspiracy suggested that dozens of unsolved disappearances across multiple continents might be connected to this underground community of serial killers. Prosecutor Santangelo presented evidence showing that Sonia had been planning even more elaborate crimes, including scenarios involving multiple simultaneous victims and extended torture sessions lasting weeks rather than days. Her apartment had been just the beginning. She had been researching remote properties where she could build more sophisticated facilities, places where she could keep people alive indefinitely while exploring the absolute limits of human endurance. The defendant was not content with individual murder, Santangelo explained to the jury. She was working towards something unprecedented in criminal history, a systematic approach to causing maximum human suffering that would have made her previous crimes seem like mere rehearsals. Had she not been stopped when she was, there is no telling how many more lives would have been lost to her twisted ambitions. The defense, led by prominent criminal attorney Marco Giuliani, faced an impossible task. The evidence against Sonia was overwhelming, and her own confessions had eliminated any possibility of claiming innocence. Instead, they attempted to argue for diminished responsibility based on psychological factors, suggesting that Sonia's actions were the result of severe mental illness rather than conscious evil. This strategy backfired spectacularly when Sonia herself rejected any suggestion that she was mentally ill. During her testimony, she spoke with calm rationality about her crimes, describing them as conscious choices made by someone who had discovered a talent for creating particular forms of art that conventional society was too narrow-minded to appreciate. Her articulate explanations of her methodology and motivations actually strengthened the prosecution's case by demonstrating her complete mental competence. "I am not insane," she declared from the witness stand, speaking directly to the jury with unsettling intensity. "I am simply someone who discovered what I was truly capable of and chose to pursue excellence in my chosen field. Every artist faces criticism from people who cannot understand their vision. History will vindicate my work when society evolves to appreciate forms of expression that currently seem shocking." The jury deliberated for less than 6 hours before returning with verdicts of guilty on all counts. Judge Ferretti sentenced Sonia to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, describing her crimes as acts of evil so profound that they challenge our legal system's capacity to assign appropriate punishment. The sentence was met with approval from victims' families and the general public, though many felt that no earthly justice could truly balance the scales against such calculated malevolence. The investigation that had begun with Antonio Rossi's murder ultimately led to the discovery of 15 confirmed victims across Italy, with strong evidence suggesting the actual number was significantly higher. Bodies were discovered in locations across northern Italy, each revealing evidence of torture so extensive that forensic pathologists required psychological counseling after completing their examinations. The international ramifications continued to unfold for years after Sonia's conviction. The network of killers she had been part of was gradually dismantled through coordinated law enforcement efforts, leading to arrests and prosecutions across 3 continents. Several other individuals were convicted of similar crimes, though none approached the level of systematic brutality that had characterized Sonia's methodology. Dr. Rossetti's continued study of the case contributed to significant advances in criminal psychology, particularly in understanding how individuals with psychopathic traits can develop increasingly sophisticated approaches to causing human suffering. Her research helped law enforcement agencies develop better profiling techniques for identifying potential serial killers before they could claim multiple victims. The apartment building where Sonia had committed her crimes was eventually demolished, deemed uninhabitable by residents who could not overcome the knowledge of what had occurred within its walls. The site remained vacant for several years before being converted into a memorial garden honoring victims of violent crime, though Sonia's name was deliberately excluded from any commemorative elements. Prison officials at San Vittore, where Sonia was incarcerated, reported that she remained unrepentant and continued to take pride in her crimes. She spent her time writing detailed accounts of her murders, apparently hoping to eventually publish them as instructional materials for others who shared her interests. These writings were confiscated and destroyed, though prison psychologists noted that the act of writing them seemed to provide her with the same satisfaction she had once derived from actual killing. Multiple attempts were made to interview Sonia for academic research purposes, but she refused to cooperate unless allowed to review and edit any published materials that resulted from the interactions. Her conditions were never accepted, as experts feared that giving her any control over how her crimes were presented to the public would essentially provide her with a platform for promoting her twisted philosophy. The families of Sonia's victims established a foundation dedicated to supporting other families affected by violent crime, using their tragic experiences to help others navigate similar situations. Elena Rossi, Antonio's sister, became a prominent advocate for victims' rights, working to ensure that the legal system better serves families seeking justice for murdered loved ones. The case prompted significant changes in how Italian law enforcement agencies share information about missing persons and suspicious deaths. The database systems that had failed to identify patterns in Sonia's crimes were upgraded and expanded, making it much more difficult for future serial killers to operate across multiple jurisdictions without detection. Perhaps most importantly, the investigation led to increased funding for research into the early identification of individuals with psychopathic tendencies, with the goal of providing intervention before they could progress to violent crimes. While experts acknowledged that someone like Sonia might have been impossible to help even with early intervention, they hoped that better understanding of how such extreme evil develops might prevent future tragedies. The story of Sonia Calffy serves as a chilling reminder that evil can wear the most innocent faces, that trust can be weaponized by those who understand human psychology well enough to exploit our deepest needs for connection and love. Her crimes challenged fundamental assumptions about human nature and forced society to confront the possibility that some individuals are capable of evil so profound that it defies comprehension or redemption. Years after her conviction, the name Sonia Calffy continues to evoke horror among those familiar with her crimes. She remains confined in maximum security, her days structured around the same routines that once helped her plan and execute murders with terrifying efficiency. The woman who had turned human suffering into an art form now faces the prospect of spending the rest of her life as a subject of study rather than an active practitioner of evil. Yet even in prison, she continues to represent a form of evil that challenges our understanding of what human beings are capable of becoming when empathy dies and intelligence serves only the purpose of causing pain. Her legacy is one of terror, suffering, and the permanent reminder that monsters are not mythical creatures but real people who walk among us, wearing masks of normalcy until they choose to reveal the darkness that lies within. The investigation files remain sealed, too disturbing for public release, containing evidence of crimes so extreme that even experienced investigators describe them as beyond human comprehension. Sonia Calffy had succeeded in creating something genuinely unprecedented in criminal history, a systematic approach to evil that transformed murder from an act of violence into a form of performance art designed to celebrate the destruction of human dignity and life itself. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. The Backpacker Murders. Ivan Milat's Reign of Terror. 7 young souls ventured into Australia's pristine wilderness, their hearts filled with wanderlust and dreams of adventure. They carried backpacks loaded with hopes, cameras ready to capture memories, and guidebooks promising the journey of a lifetime. None of them would ever return home. Their final moments would be spent in absolute terror, face to face with a predator whose cruelty knew no bounds. A monster who turned the beautiful Belanglo State Forest into his personal hunting ground and graveyard. This is the chilling true story of Ivan Robert Marco Milat, Australia's most notorious serial killer, whose name would forever be synonymous with unspeakable brutality. Between 1989 and 1992, this seemingly ordinary man transformed into a calculating executioner, methodically hunting down backpackers with the precision of a seasoned predator. What you're about to discover will shake you to your core. A tale of systematic murder, unimaginable torture, and a killer who found pleasure in the screams of the innocent. The morning sun filtered through the towering eucalyptus trees of Belanglo State Forest, casting long shadows across the forest floor that seemed to whisper warnings to those who dared to listen. Located just 2 hours southwest of Sydney, this 3,800-hectare wilderness had long been a haven for bushwalkers, campers, and nature enthusiasts. Its dense canopy provided perfect cover, its winding trails offered solitude, and its remote location promised escape from the chaos of city life. But for Ivan Milat, these very qualities made it the perfect killing field. The forest held secrets that would remain buried for years, its ancient trees standing as silent witnesses to acts of unspeakable horror. Every rustling leaf, every snapping twig, every bird's cry would take on sinister meaning once the truth emerged. This was where innocence came to die, where dreams were shattered by the crack of rifle fire, and where a monster roamed freely among the shadows. Ivan Robert Marco Milat was born on December 27, 1944, into a family that dysfunction had claimed long before his first breath. The fifth of 14 children, he emerged from a household where violence was currency and brutality was inherited like eye color or height. His father, Saichapan Milat, ruled with iron fists and rage, while his mother, Margaret, bore child after child in a home where love was scarce but cruelty was abundant. The Milat property on Cinnabar Street in Eagle Vale became a breeding ground for deviants. Behind the walls of their modest home, the children learned that power came from inflicting pain, that weakness was punishable, and that the strong survived by devouring the weak. Ivan absorbed these lessons with the dedication of a scholar, storing each act of violence in his memory like treasured photographs. As a child, Ivan displayed the early warning signs that would later crystallize into something far more sinister. He tortured small animals with methodical precision, watching their death throes with fascination rather than revulsion. His siblings would later recall finding mutilated birds and cats around their property, each bearing the signature wounds that spoke of deliberate, prolonged suffering. When confronted, young Ivan would simply smile, a cold, empty expression that never reached his eyes. His adolescence brought escalation. The local neighborhood became his testing ground as he graduated from animal cruelty to human targets. He would lurk in shadows, studying potential victims with the patience of a hunter tracking prey. Young women walking alone after dark learned to fear the sound of footsteps behind them, though they could never have imagined the true nature of what stalked them through the suburban streets. By his 20s, Ivan had already accumulated a substantial criminal record. Burglary, assault, armed robbery. Each charge was merely practice for what was to come. Prison became his university, where he refined his understanding of violence and learned to appreciate the finer points of inflicting terror. Fellow inmates would later describe him as calculating and cold, someone who could discuss the weather while planning your destruction. But it was the vast expanse of Belanglo State Forest that would truly awaken the monster within. During his legitimate work as a road worker, Ivan became intimately familiar with every trail, every clearing, every hidden ravine where screams would never be heard. He mapped the forest like a military strategist planning a campaign, identifying locations where bodies could decompose undisturbed for years, where the sounds of struggle would be swallowed by the wilderness. The forest's isolation appealed to his methodical nature. Here he could take his time. Here he could perfect his craft without interruption. Here he could transform from Ivan the laborer into Ivan the executioner, and the trees would keep his secrets buried among their roots. His method of selecting victims revealed a predatory intelligence that was as chilling as it was effective. Ivan understood that backpackers represented the perfect targets, young, trusting, often traveling alone, and crucially, their disappearances might not be reported for weeks or even months. They carried cash, making robbery a convenient cover for his true motivations, and their nomadic lifestyle meant that pinpointing their last known location would prove nearly impossible for investigators. He would cruise the highways that crisscrossed New South Wales, his eyes scanning for the telltale signs. Hitchhikers with heavy packs, couples consulting maps by the roadside, young travelers looking lost or confused. When he spotted potential prey, Ivan would transform himself into the helpful local, offering rides with a smile that masked intentions darker than the deepest cave. His vehicle became a mobile trap, specially modified to serve his purposes. The interior bore scratches and stains that told their own horrific story, while tools and restraints lay hidden from casual view. To his victims, he appeared as salvation, a friendly Australian offering assistance to weary travelers. The realization that they had climbed into a predator's lair would come too late, usually when the familiar roads gave way to unfamiliar bush tracks leading deep into Belanglo's heart. The psychological profile that would later emerge painted Ivan as a sadistic narcissist who derived sexual gratification from the complete domination and destruction of other human beings. He didn't simply kill his victims. He orchestrated elaborate productions of terror where he served as director, producer, and star performer. Each murder was both a crime and a performance, with Ivan playing to an audience of one, himself. The forest provided the perfect stage for these productions. Its dense undergrowth muffled screams, its remote location ensured privacy, and its vast expanse offered endless disposal options. Ivan could take hours or even days to complete his rituals, savoring each moment of his victim's terror like a connoisseur savoring fine wine. As 1989 dawned, Ivan Milat had perfected his system. He had identified his hunting ground, refined his methods, and prepared his tools. The backpacker season was approaching, bringing fresh streams of young victims onto the highways and into his web. What followed would be a reign of terror that lasted 3 years and claimed at least 7 confirmed lives, though investigators believe the true number may be much higher. The first signs of his escalation were subtle. Reports of travelers gone missing, abandoned campsites found with personal belongings scattered, witnesses describing seeing backpackers accepting rides from friendly locals who matched Ivan's description. But Australia was a vast country, and backpackers were notorious for changing plans without warning. The dots remained unconnected while the monster continued his work. Local wildlife began to avoid certain areas of the forest, their instincts warning them away from places where human evil had contaminated the natural order. Aboriginal elders who lived in the region spoke of feeling a darkness settling over the land, though they could not yet identify its source. Even experienced bushwalkers reported feeling watched while traversing certain trails, as if malevolent eyes tracked their movements from the shadows. The trees of Belanglo State Forest had witnessed the rise and fall of ancient civilizations, had sheltered indigenous peoples for thousands of years, and had stood silent through droughts, floods, and fires. But nothing in their long existence had prepared them for what Ivan Milat would bring to their domain. They would be forced to serve as unwilling monuments to his victims, their roots eventually intertwining with human remains in a grotesque parody of the natural cycle of life and death. As Ivan refined his hunting techniques, he also refined his killing methods. What had begun as relatively quick executions evolved into prolonged orchestrations of suffering. He developed preferences for certain types of weapons, specific methods of restraint, and particular ways of disposing of bodies that would maximize the psychological impact on eventual discoverers. The isolation of Belanglo State Forest meant that Ivan could experiment without fear of interruption. He could test different approaches to terrorizing his victims, could study their reactions to various stimuli, could perfect the art of extracting maximum fear before delivering the final blow. Each murder became a learning experience, each victim a test subject in his ongoing education in human suffering. By the time autumn arrived in 1989, Ivan Milat had transformed from a career criminal into something far more dangerous. A serial killer with an established method, a secure location, and an endless supply of potential victims flowing along Australia's highways. The stage was set for a massacre that would traumatize a nation and leave scars that would never fully heal. The monster was ready to begin his masterpiece of terror, and the ancient trees of Belanglo State Forest would soon bear witness to crimes that would haunt Australia forever. In the months to come, these woods would echo with screams that would never be forgotten, and the earth would drink blood that would stain the national consciousness for generations. Caroline Clark and Joan Walters stepped off the bus at King's Cross Station on April 15, 1992, their eyes bright with excitement and their backpacks heavy with dreams. The two young British women, aged 21 and 22 respectively, had scraped together their savings for this once-in-a-lifetime adventure across Australia. They possessed that infectious enthusiasm that marked them as tourists, constantly photographing everything, consulting their guidebooks, and chattering excitedly about the wonders they planned to see. Caroline, a vivacious blonde with an infectious laugh, had just completed her degree and saw this trip as her reward for years of hard study. Joanne, more reserved but equally adventurous, had worked double shifts at a London hospital to fund their journey. They were best friends embarking on the adventure of a lifetime, blissfully unaware that they were about to encounter the most dangerous predator in Australia's history. Their last confirmed sighting occurred on April 18, 1992, when they were spotted hitchhiking along the Hume Highway near Liverpool, their thumbs extended hopefully toward passing traffic. Witnesses would later describe seeing them talking animatedly with the driver of a silver four-wheel drive vehicle before climbing inside. The vehicle bore New South Wales plates, and the driver appeared to be a middle-aged man with dark hair and a mustache. Within minutes, they had vanished from sight, disappearing into a nightmare from which they would never emerge. Meanwhile, James Gibson and Deborah Everest had been missing for nearly 2.5 years. These young Australians, aged 19 and 19, had left their homes in Frankston, Victoria, on December 30, 1989, bound for a New Year's Eve celebration that would mark the beginning of a new decade. They carried minimal luggage, planning only a short trip, and promised worried parents they would call regularly. James was a gentle soul with dreams of becoming a teacher, while Deborah radiated the kind of infectious optimism that made everyone around her smile. They had been dating for 6 months, and this trip represented their first major adventure together as a couple. Their families expected them home within a week, but as days turned to months and months turned to years, hope gradually transformed into agonizing uncertainty. The young couple's trail had gone cold after they were seen hitchhiking near Galston Gorge, approximately 45 kilometers from where Caroline and Joanne would later disappear. Witnesses remembered them because of their obvious affection for each other. They held hands while waiting for rides, shared gentle kisses during their roadside conversations, and seemed completely at ease in each other's company. Their trust in human kindness would prove to be their downfall. Simone Schmidl represented another tragedy in Ivan Milat's expanding collection of victims. The 20-year-old German backpacker had arrived in Australia with plans to work her way around the continent, sending postcards home that described her wonder at the vast landscapes and friendly people she encountered. Her blonde hair and bright smile made her instantly memorable to those who met her, and her broken English charmed locals who went out of their way to help the enthusiastic tourist. On January 20th, 1991, Simone was last seen hitchhiking from Sydney toward Melbourne, her backpack loaded with souvenirs and her camera filled with photographs of her Australian adventure. She had been working at a fruit-picking farm and had earned enough money to fund the next leg of her journey. Her parents in Germany received a final postcard dated January 18th, in which she expressed excitement about exploring the Australian bush and meeting real Aussies along the way. What Simone encountered instead was Ivan Milat, cruising the highways in search of vulnerable prey. Her trust in the kindness of strangers, reinforced by weeks of positive experiences with helpful Australians, made her an easy target for someone who had perfected the art of appearing harmless. She climbed into his vehicle with the same enthusiasm she had shown for every other aspect of her Australian adventure, never suspecting that she was entering a mobile torture chamber. Anja Habschied and Gabor Neugebauer were perhaps the most poignant of Ivan's victims. Their love story transformed into tragedy by their encounter with absolute evil. The 20-year-old German woman and her 21-year-old boyfriend had been traveling together for months, documenting their journey through Asia and Australia with hundreds of photographs that showed their deep affection for each other and their wonder at the world around them. They disappeared on December 26, 1991, after being seen hitchhiking near Galston Gorge. Witnesses remembered them because they seemed so obviously in love. Anja would rest her head on Gabor's shoulder while they waited for rides, and he would protectively wrap his arm around her when vehicles passed without stopping. Their backpacks bore patches from the various countries they had visited, testament to their adventurous spirits and their determination to see the world together. Their families in Germany grew increasingly worried when the regular stream of postcards and phone calls suddenly stopped. Anja's mother would later describe having nightmares about her daughter calling for help from some terrible place, while Gabor's father organized search parties that combed popular backpacker destinations along the Australian coast. They could never have imagined that the young couple lay buried in a forest grave, their dreams ended by a monster who collected souvenirs from his kills. These 5 victims represented just a fraction of Ivan Milat's true toll. Investigators would later identify at least 10 other backpackers who disappeared under similar circumstances during the same time period, their fates unknown but their disappearances bearing the unmistakable signature of the Bel Anglo killer. Each represented a life cut short, dreams destroyed, and families condemned to live with agonizing uncertainty about their loved ones' final moments. The pattern that emerged was chillingly consistent. All of the victims were young, fit, and attractive. All had been hitchhiking along major highways in New South Wales. All had been seen accepting rides from middle-aged men driving four-wheel drive vehicles. All had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only scattered belongings and increasingly desperate families who refused to abandon hope. Ivan's method of approach had been refined through years of practice. He would cruise the highways during peak hitchhiking hours, scanning for suitable targets with the patience of a professional hunter. When he spotted potential victims, he would observe them from a distance, studying their body language, their apparent level of caution, and their reaction to other vehicles that passed without stopping. His approach was masterfully calculated to inspire confidence. He would pull over just past the hitchhikers, allowing them to approach his vehicle rather than driving directly up to them. This subtle difference made him appear less predatory, as if he had made a spontaneous decision to help rather than having specifically targeted them. His friendly demeanor, combined with his knowledge of local geography, quickly established him as a trustworthy guide who could provide safe passage through unfamiliar territory. Once his victims were inside his vehicle, Ivan would maintain his helpful facade, while gradually driving them away from populated areas and toward the isolated roads that led to Bel Anglo State Forest. He would engage them in friendly conversation about their travels, their plans, and their families back home, all while mentally cataloging details that would later enhance his psychological torture of his captives. The moment of truth would come when his victims realized they were no longer heading toward their intended destination. By then, it was far too late to escape. The friendly local had transformed into something far more sinister, and the isolated bush roads offered no possibility of rescue or escape. Their screams would be swallowed by the vast Australian wilderness, and their suffering would become the raw material for Ivan's twisted fantasies. The transformation of these vibrant young people from hopeful travelers to terrified victims represents one of the most heartbreaking aspects of the Milat case. They had come to Australia seeking adventure, cultural exchange, and personal growth. Instead, they encountered a predator who turned their trust and optimism into weapons against them. Caroline Clark had planned to become a teacher, inspired by her desire to share her love of learning with the next generation. Joan Walters had saved money for months to afford this trip, working extra shifts and denying herself small luxuries so she could experience the adventure of a lifetime. James Gibson and Deborah Everest were young lovers on the threshold of adulthood, their whole lives stretching before them filled with infinite possibilities. Simone Schmidl had written to her parents about her plans to travel to New Zealand after completing her Australian adventure, excited about experiencing Maori culture and exploring the dramatic landscapes she had seen in photographs. Anya Habschied and Gabor Neugebauer had documented their travels with hundreds of photographs, creating a visual diary of their journey that was meant to become a treasured record of their adventure together. All of these dreams, all of these plans, all of these precious relationships would be destroyed by Ivan Milat's insatiable hunger for power and control. Their final hours would be spent not in wonder at Australia's natural beauty, but in absolute terror as they realized they had fallen into the hands of a monster who viewed their suffering as entertainment. The ripple effects of their disappearances spread far beyond their immediate families. Friends organized search parties, embassies launched investigations, and the international backpacker community began sharing warnings about the dangers of hitchhiking in New South Wales. The carefree culture of budget travel that had defined the late 1980s and early 1990s would be forever changed by the knowledge that predators lurked along even the most well-traveled routes. As 1992 drew to a close, the missing persons files continued to accumulate on police desks across New South Wales. Each report told a similar story. Young backpackers last seen accepting rides from helpful locals, their trails vanishing at the point where civilization gave way to the Australian bush. The pattern was becoming impossible to ignore, but the vastness of the Australian continent made searching for the missing travelers seem like an impossible task. Unknown to the investigators, the answers to all of their questions lay buried in the sandy soil of Belanglo State Forest, where Ivan Milat had created a graveyard that would soon reveal its terrible secrets to the world. September 19, 1992, dawned crisp and clear in the Belanglo State Forest, with morning light filtering through the canopy to illuminate what appeared to be just another peaceful day in the Australian bush. Two orienteers, Ken Saley and Keith Caldwell, had arrived early to practice their navigation skills along the challenging terrain of the forest's remote Fire Trail 20. They moved methodically through the dense undergrowth, consulting their compasses and updating their maps, completely unaware that they were about to stumble upon a crime scene that would horrify the nation. As they pushed through a particularly thick patch of tea tree scrub, approximately 1 kilometer from the nearest access road, Keith suddenly stopped. A terrible stench hung in the air, the unmistakable odor of death that seemed to cling to everything it touched. Following the smell deeper into the bush, they discovered what appeared to be a makeshift campsite, but the scene that greeted them defied comprehension. Scattered among the leaf litter were fragments of clothing, camping equipment, and personal belongings that told a story of unimaginable terror. Torn fabric bore dark stains that had attracted swarms of flies, while scattered bones gleamed white against the forest floor. What they had discovered was not a campsite but a killing ground, Ivan Milat's outdoor torture chamber where he had practiced his craft of human destruction. The first body they located belonged to Caroline Clark, though identification would not be confirmed for several days. The 21-year-old British backpacker had been bound with rope and subjected to a prolonged ordeal that spoke of deliberate, methodical torture. Her skull bore multiple fractures consistent with repeated blows from a heavy object, while her ribcage showed evidence of knife wounds inflicted with surgical precision. The positioning of her remains suggested she had been forced to watch as her traveling companion suffered a similar fate. Joan Walters lay approximately 10 meters away, her body telling an equally horrific story of systematic brutality. The 22-year-old had been stabbed multiple times in the chest and abdomen, with the pattern of wounds indicating that her attacker had taken his time, inflicting pain with the calculated precision of someone who understood anatomy. Her spine had been severed in a manner that would have caused immediate paralysis while leaving her conscious and aware of her fate. Both women had been shot execution-style in the head after enduring hours or possibly days of torture. The .22 caliber bullets recovered from the scene would later prove crucial in linking Ivan Milat to the crimes, as they matched ammunition found during searches of his property. But it was the evidence of sexual assault and prolonged torture that revealed the true depravity of their killer's mind. Personal belongings scattered around the killing ground painted a picture of the victim's final moments. Caroline's camera, smashed beyond repair, contained film that would later be developed to reveal happy vacation photographs taken just days before their disappearance. Joanne's diary, partially destroyed but still readable, contained excited entries about their Australian adventure and their plans to travel to New Zealand. The crime scene also revealed Ivan's signature methods of psychological torture. He had forced the victims to undress slowly, prolonging their terror and humiliation. He had used their camping equipment against them, turning items meant for adventure into instruments of torture. Most chillingly, evidence suggested he had forced one victim to watch the torture and murder of the other, using their emotional bond as another weapon in his arsenal of cruelty. As forensic investigators processed the scene, they uncovered additional evidence that spoke to Ivan's methodical nature. He had prepared the killing ground in advance, clearing undergrowth to create his preferred workspace and ensuring multiple escape routes should he be interrupted. He had brought specialized tools for restraining his victims and had planned for the disposal of evidence with the thoroughness of someone who had done this many times before. The discovery of the first crime scene triggered the largest manhunt in Australian history. Within hours, teams of forensic specialists, police investigators, and search and rescue volunteers descended upon Belanglo State Forest. What they would discover over the following months would reveal the true extent of Ivan Milat's reign of terror and the horrific fate that had befallen numerous missing backpackers. On October 1st, 1993, searchers located the remains of James Gibson and Deborah Everest in a shallow grave, approximately 500 meters from where Caroline and Joanne had been found. The young Australian couple had been missing for nearly 4 years, and their bodies told a story of prolonged torture that exceeded even the brutality shown to the British backpackers. James had been subjected to multiple stab wounds to his chest and back, with the pattern indicating that his attacker had deliberately avoided vital organs during the initial assault, prolonging his suffering for hours. His skull showed evidence of repeated blows from a machete or similar weapon, while his hands bore defensive wounds that spoke of his desperate attempts to protect himself and his girlfriend. Deborah's remains revealed evidence of sexual assault and torture that was particularly sadistic. She had been stabbed repeatedly in the abdomen and chest, with some wounds showing signs of being deliberately widened to increase bleeding and pain. Most horrifically, evidence suggested she had been kept alive long enough to witness James's murder before being killed herself. The positioning of their bodies indicated that Ivan had forced them to endure their torture while bound together, using their love for each other as an additional tool of psychological torment. Personal items found at the scene included Deborah's jewelry, which showed signs of being forcibly removed, and fragments of James's wallet, which had been methodically destroyed after his death. On November 1st, 1993, the remains of Simone Schmidl were discovered in another carefully prepared grave site. The 20-year-old German backpacker had been decapitated, with her head buried separately from her body in what appeared to be a ritualistic arrangement. Her torso showed evidence of multiple stab wounds, while her hands had been bound behind her back with her own clothing. The crime scene revealed evidence of particularly prolonged torture. Simone had been kept alive for an extended period, during which she was subjected to repeated sexual assault and systematic mutilation. Her personal belongings had been scattered throughout the area, with her passport and identification documents methodically destroyed to delay identification of her remains. Most chilling was the discovery of her camera, which contained partially exposed film showing photographs she had taken during her final days. The last images showed her smiling and waving at the camera, completely unaware that she was documenting the final hours of her life. Her backpack contained letters she had written to her parents but never had the chance to mail, describing her excitement about exploring the Australian wilderness. The final two victims, Anya Habschied and Gabor Neugebauer, were located on November 4, 1993, buried together in a grave that spoke to Ivan's escalating brutality. The young German couple had been subjected to torture that surpassed even his previous crimes in its systematic cruelty and sexual sadism. Gabor had been shot in the head execution style, but not before enduring prolonged torture that included being forced to watch his girlfriend's systematic brutalization. His hands showed evidence of being bound with wire, while his body bore multiple knife wounds that had been inflicted with deliberate precision to maximize pain while avoiding immediate death. Anya had been decapitated, with her head never recovered despite extensive searches. Her body showed evidence of the most prolonged torture of any of Ivan's victims, with wounds indicating she had been kept alive for days while being subjected to repeated assault and mutilation. The positioning of her remains suggested she had been displayed for her killer's viewing pleasure before finally being murdered. The crime scenes revealed Ivan's evolution as a killer. His early victims had been murdered relatively quickly, but as his confidence grew and his sadistic impulses developed, he began prolonging his victims' suffering for his own gratification. He developed preferences for specific types of weapons, particular methods of restraint, and elaborate rituals of humiliation and torture. Forensic analysis revealed that he had used the same weapons across multiple crime scenes, indicating a level of planning and preparation that spoke to his methodical nature. The .22 caliber rifle used to execute his victims was his weapon of choice for delivering the final blow, while various knives and machetes were employed for torture and mutilation. The discovery of camping equipment at each crime scene told its own story of perverted ingenuity. Ivan had learned to use his victims' own belongings against them, turning tents into makeshift prisons, camping rope into restraints, and cooking knives into torture implements. He had transformed the tools of adventure into instruments of horror with the creativity of a sadistic genius. Personal belongings found at the crime scenes provided crucial evidence for investigators, while also serving as heartbreaking reminders of the vibrant lives that had been destroyed. Photographs, letters, journals, and souvenirs painted pictures of young people full of life and hope, making the brutality of their deaths even more shocking. The forensic evidence also revealed Ivan's collection habits. He had taken trophies from each victim, items of clothing, jewelry, and personal mementos that he kept as souvenirs of his kills. These trophies would later be found during searches of his property, providing crucial links between the killer and his victims. The crime scenes in Belanglo State Forest represented more than just murder sites. They were the physical manifestation of Ivan Milat's twisted psyche. Each location had been carefully chosen and prepared, transformed into outdoor torture chambers where he could indulge his darkest fantasies without interruption. The forest itself had become an accomplice to his crimes, its isolation and density providing the perfect cover for acts of unimaginable cruelty. As investigators processed each scene, they began to understand the true scope of Ivan's crimes. This was not the work of a disorganized killer acting on impulse, but rather the calculated campaign of a serial murderer who had perfected his methods through years of practice. The evidence suggested that there were likely additional victims whose remains had yet to be discovered, buried somewhere in the vast expanse of Belanglo State Forest. The discovery of the killing grounds would forever change how Australia viewed its vast wilderness areas. The forest that had once represented freedom and adventure would now be associated with terror and death. The hiking trails that had offered escape from urban life would now be walked with caution, their shadows holding the possibility of unspeakable horror. For the families of the victims, the discovery of the remains brought a mixture of relief and renewed agony. After years of uncertainty, they finally knew the fate of their loved ones, but that knowledge came with the terrible understanding of how much those loved ones had suffered in their final hours. The crime scenes had provided answers, but those answers would haunt the survivors for the rest of their lives. The walls of Ivan Milat's Eaglevale home held secrets that would make even hardened detectives question their faith in humanity. On May 22, 1994, more than 50 police officers surrounded the modest brick house where Australia's most notorious serial killer had been living a double life as devoted family man by day and ruthless predator by night. What they discovered during their methodical search would provide the final pieces of evidence needed to ensure that Ivan Milat would never again walk free among innocent people. Detective Inspector Clive Small led the task force that had been relentlessly pursuing Ivan for months. The veteran investigator had seen the worst that human nature could offer during his decades in law enforcement, but nothing had prepared him for the calculated evil they would uncover within Ivan's domestic sanctuary. Every room told a story of meticulous planning, obsessive organization, and a mind that had transformed murder into an art form. The garage had been converted into Ivan's private museum of death, carefully cataloged and stored with the precision of a professional archivist. Investigators discovered hundreds of items stolen from his victims. Caroline Clark's distinctive Pentax camera sat on a shelf next to Simone Schmidl's travel documents. Joe and Walter's jewelry had been cleaned and polished, displayed like precious artifacts in a twisted shrine to his conquests. But it was the weapons cache that truly revealed the scope of Ivan's preparation for his killing sprees. Multiple .22 caliber rifles lay hidden throughout the house, along with an assortment of knives, machetes, and other implements specifically chosen for their ability to inflict maximum pain while prolonging death. Each weapon bore traces of his victim's blood, physical evidence that would prove impossible to explain away in court. The most chilling discovery came in Ivan's bedroom, where investigators found detailed journals documenting his kills. Written in his careful handwriting, these pages contained methodical descriptions of each victim's suffering, complete with sketches showing body positioning and wound patterns. He had recorded their final words, their pleas for mercy, and their screams of terror with the clinical detachment of a researcher documenting experiments. These journals revealed the true depth of Ivan's pathology. He didn't simply kill his victims. He studied them. He analyzed their responses to different types of pain, tested various methods of psychological torture, and refined his techniques based on what produced the most satisfying results. Each murder had been both a crime and a learning experience, contributing to an ever-expanding knowledge base of human suffering. Photography had played a central role in Ivan's crimes, though thankfully most of the images were too degraded to be useful as evidence. What could be recovered painted a picture of systematic documentation that spoke to his narcissistic need to preserve his achievements for future viewing. He had photographed his victims before, during, and after their ordeals, creating a visual record that served as both trophy collection and instructional material for future kills. The search also uncovered evidence of crimes that had never been reported or investigated. Maps marked with locations throughout New South Wales showed potential burial sites, while victim profiles suggested Ivan had been hunting for much longer than investigators had initially suspected. Conservative estimates put his actual victim count at more than 20 people, though the true number would likely never be known. Personal belongings belonging to unidentified victims filled multiple boxes in Ivan's crawl space. Wallets, passports, jewelry, and photographs bore witness to lives that had been cut short, their owners' identities lost to Ivan's systematic destruction of evidence. Each item represented someone's child, someone's sibling, someone's friend who had vanished without a trace into Ivan's web of death. The psychological profile that emerged from the evidence painted a portrait of a killer who had reached the pinnacle of his craft. Ivan displayed all the characteristics of an organized serial killer: careful planning, methodical execution, sophisticated victim selection, and elaborate disposal methods. But he also demonstrated levels of sadism and psychological sophistication that placed him among the most dangerous predators in criminal history. His selection of victims revealed a predatory intelligence that was both calculating and opportunistic. Young backpackers represented perfect targets because their nomadic lifestyle made immediate discovery of their disappearances unlikely, while their trusting nature made them easy to approach and isolate. He had studied their patterns of behavior, identified their vulnerabilities, and exploited their desire for authentic cultural experiences as a weapon against them. The evidence also revealed Ivan's remarkable ability to compartmentalize his life. Neighbors described him as a helpful family man who maintained his property, assisted elderly residents, and participated in community activities. His relatives spoke of holiday gatherings where Ivan appeared as the devoted uncle, bringing gifts for children and helping with family projects. None of them suspected that the same hands that carved Christmas turkeys had also carved up human beings in the depths of Belanglo Forest. This psychological compartmentalization extended to his relationships with women. Ivan had maintained long-term romantic relationships throughout his killing spree, with partners who would later express shock at discovering his true nature. He had been capable of tender moments, romantic gestures, and apparent genuine affection while simultaneously planning the torture and murder of innocent travelers. The trial of Ivan Robert Marco Milat began on March 26, 1996, in the New South Wales Supreme Court before Justice David Hunt. The prosecution, led by Crown Prosecutor Mark Tedeschi QC, faced the challenging task of presenting evidence so horrific that many jury members would require counseling during the proceedings. The defense, meanwhile, attempted to create reasonable doubt about Ivan's guilt despite the overwhelming physical evidence linking him to the crimes. Over the course of 4 months, the courtroom became a theater of horror as prosecutors methodically presented evidence that left even seasoned legal professionals struggling to maintain their composure. Forensic experts testified about wound patterns that spoke of deliberate torture. Ballistics specialists matched bullets to Ivan's weapons, and pathologists described injuries so severe that several jury members requested medical attention during testimony. The most damaging evidence came from Ivan's own family members, who reluctantly testified about his suspicious behavior during the relevant time periods. His brother Richard Milat, initially reluctant to cooperate with authorities, eventually provided crucial testimony about Ivan's unexplained absences, his sudden acquisition of expensive items that matched descriptions of victims' belongings, and his detailed knowledge of remote forest locations. Richard's testimony revealed the family's code of silence that had protected Ivan for years. He described how Ivan would disappear for days at a time without explanation, returning home with camping equipment, jewelry, and other items he claimed to have found during his bush adventures. When questioned about the source of these discoveries, Ivan would become evasive and aggressive, warning family members against asking too many questions about his business. The prosecution's star witness proved to be Paul Onions, a British backpacker who had escaped from Ivan's clutches on January 25, 1990. Onions testified that he had accepted a ride from Ivan near Liverpool, only to realize his mistake when the friendly driver produced a revolver and attempted to restrain him. In a moment of pure instinct, Onions had thrown himself from the moving vehicle and escaped into nearby bushland, where he remained hidden until Ivan gave up searching for him. Onions' testimony provided the jury with a chilling glimpse into Ivan's modus operandi. He described how Ivan had initially appeared as the perfect Good Samaritan, friendly, knowledgeable about local geography, and eager to help a fellow traveler reach his destination. The transformation from helpful local to armed predator had occurred gradually, with Ivan becoming increasingly controlling about the route they were taking and asking increasingly personal questions about Onion's travel plans and whether anyone knew his current location. The moment of truth had come when Ivan pulled over at a remote rest area, claiming he needed to check something in the back of his vehicle. When he returned to the driver's seat, he was holding a rope and a revolver, his friendly demeanor replaced by a cold, predatory intensity that left no doubt about his intentions. Onion's split-second decision to fight for his life had saved him from becoming another trophy in Ivan's collection. Physical evidence supporting Onion's testimony included tire tracks at the scene that matched Ivan's vehicle, as well as personal items that Onions had dropped during his escape. Most significantly, Onions was able to provide detailed descriptions of Ivan's appearance, his vehicle's interior, and specific conversations they had shared during the drive. Details that could only have been known by someone who had actually been in Ivan's presence. The defense team, led by Terry Martin, faced an almost impossible task. The physical evidence linking Ivan to the crimes was overwhelming, the witness testimony was compelling, and Ivan's own behavior throughout the investigation had been consistently suspicious. Their strategy focused primarily on challenging the reliability of forensic evidence and suggesting that Ivan might have been framed by the real killer. This approach proved futile when confronted with the sheer volume of evidence against their client. Ivan's DNA was found on victims' clothing, his fingerprints were discovered on personal belongings taken from the crime scenes, and ballistics testing conclusively linked his weapons to bullets recovered from victims' bodies. The defense's suggestions of a conspiracy to frame Ivan crumbled under the weight of scientific proof. Perhaps most damning was Ivan's behavior during police interviews, which were played for the jury in their entirety. Rather than expressing shock or horror at the allegations against him, Ivan displayed a cold indifference that spoke to his true nature. When confronted with evidence of his crimes, he would smirk, make sarcastic comments, or simply refuse to respond. Behavior that prosecutors argued was consistent with someone who felt no remorse for his actions. The psychological testimony proved particularly compelling. Expert witnesses described Ivan as a textbook example of an organized serial killer who derived sexual gratification from the complete domination and destruction of his victims. They explained how his crimes had evolved from relatively simple executions to elaborate torture scenarios as his confidence grew and his sadistic impulses developed. Dr. Rod Milton, a forensic psychiatrist who had examined Ivan extensively, testified that he displayed classic signs of antisocial personality disorder combined with sadistic sexual deviance. He described Ivan as someone who viewed other human beings as objects to be manipulated and destroyed for his personal gratification, with no capacity for empathy or remorse. The impact statements from victims' families provided the emotional heart of the trial. Parents, siblings, and friends traveled from around the world to describe the devastating impact of their losses. Caroline Clark's mother spoke of the daily agony of wondering what her daughter's final moments had been like, while James Gibson's father described how the uncertainty had destroyed his family's ability to find closure. These testimonies served as powerful reminders that Ivan's crimes extended far beyond the direct victims to encompass entire families and communities. The ripple effects of his actions had destroyed marriages, triggered mental health crises, and left parents, siblings, and friends struggling with survivors' guilt and unresolved grief. International attention focused intensely on the trial, with media representatives from around the world gathering to document the proceedings. The case had already attracted global attention due to the international nature of many victims, but the trial testimony revealed details that shocked even experienced crime reporters. The methodical presentation of evidence created a timeline of escalating brutality that demonstrated Ivan's evolution from opportunistic killer to sophisticated predator. Early victims had been murdered relatively quickly, but as Ivan's confidence grew, he began prolonging his victims' suffering for his own gratification. The progression revealed a level of calculated cruelty that placed him among the most dangerous serial killers in modern history. On July 27, 1996, after deliberating for 3 days, the jury returned guilty verdicts on all charges. Ivan showed no emotion as the verdicts were read, maintaining the cold indifference he had displayed throughout the trial. Justice Hunt sentenced him to 7 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole, ensuring that he would die in prison. In delivering his sentence, Justice Hunt described Ivan's crimes as among the worst in Australian legal history. He spoke of the calculated cruelty Ivan had shown his victims, the devastating impact on their families, and the threat he would continue to pose to society if ever released. The judge's words served as both condemnation and warning. Ivan Milat represented pure evil in human form, and society would be protected from him for the remainder of his natural life. Ivan's reaction to his sentencing was characteristic of his personality throughout the proceedings. Rather than showing remorse or accepting responsibility for his crimes, he maintained his innocence and expressed anger at what he claimed was an unjust conviction. His lack of genuine emotion served as a final confirmation of his complete lack of humanity. The aftermath of Ivan's conviction brought little closure to the families of his victims. While they took some comfort in knowing their loved one's killer would never walk free again, the knowledge of what those loved ones had endured in their final hours continued to haunt them. Many struggled with post-traumatic stress disorder, survivor's guilt, and the ongoing challenge of rebuilding their lives in the shadow of such profound loss. The case also had lasting impacts on Australian society and culture. The backpacker murders shattered the nation's self-image as a safe destination for young travelers, leading to significant changes in how tourists approached adventure travel. The carefree hitchhiking culture that had defined budget travel in Australia largely disappeared, replaced by a more cautious awareness of potential dangers. Law enforcement agencies used the Milat case as a learning experience, developing new protocols for investigating missing persons cases and improving coordination between different jurisdictions. The investigation had revealed significant gaps in communication between various police forces, which had potentially allowed Ivan to continue killing while his crimes went undetected. Belanglo State Forest underwent significant changes following the discovery of the burial sites. Areas where bodies had been found were closed to public access, while increased ranger patrols and security measures were implemented throughout the forest. The natural beauty of the area could never fully overcome its association with horror, and visitor numbers remained significantly lower than pre-1992 levels. The psychological impact on the broader community extended beyond immediate fear to include a fundamental shift in how Australians viewed their relationship with the natural environment. The bush, which had long been celebrated as a place of freedom and spiritual renewal, now carried darker associations with danger and predation. Ivan's incarceration at Goulburn Supermax prison marked the beginning of a new phase in his story, but not its end. Even behind bars, he continued to manipulate and intimidate, maintaining correspondence with admirers and attempting to direct renewed investigations into his case. His presence continued to cast a shadow over the lives of survivors, victims' families, and the broader community. Multiple escape attempts demonstrated that Ivan remained as dangerous in prison as he had been on the outside. His detailed knowledge of the prison's security systems, combined with his continued physical fitness and psychological cunning, made him a constant threat to staff and other inmates. Special protocols were developed specifically to manage his case, treating him as a maximum security risk who required constant surveillance. The legend of Ivan Milat continued to grow even after his conviction, spawning documentaries, books, and films that attempted to understand the psychology of Australia's worst serial killer. However, these productions often struggled to balance public fascination with the case against respect for victims' families and concern about glorifying his crimes. On October 27, 2019, Ivan Robert Marco Milat died in Long Bay Prison Hospital from esophageal and stomach cancer. He was 74 years old and had served 23 years of his life sentence. Even in death, he maintained his innocence, never providing closure to the families of his victims or revealing the locations of additional burial sites that investigators believed existed. His death brought mixed emotions to those whose lives he had forever changed. Some found relief in knowing he could no longer cause harm or manipulate the system for attention, while others mourned the lost opportunity for him to finally confess and provide answers to questions that had haunted them for decades. The legacy of Ivan Milat extends far beyond his individual crimes to encompass broader questions about the nature of evil, the vulnerability of innocence, and society's ability to protect its most trusting members. His story serves as a reminder that monsters can hide behind ordinary facades, that evil can lurk in the most beautiful places, and that vigilance is the price of safety in a world where predators constantly seek new victims. The young backpackers who died in Belanglo Forest had come to Australia seeking adventure, cultural exchange, and personal growth. Instead, they encountered absolute evil in its purest form. Their memory serves as both tribute to lives cut tragically short and warning to future travelers about the dangers that can hide behind friendly smiles and offers of help. Today, the trails of Belanglo State Forest remain open to hikers and nature enthusiasts, but they are walked with greater awareness and caution. Memorial plaques honor the victims, while increased security measures help ensure that the forest's dark history is not repeated. The trees that witnessed Ivan Milat's crimes continue to stand as silent monuments to both human evil and human resilience, reminders that even in our darkest moments, truth and justice can ultimately prevail. The story of Ivan Milat and his victims will never be forgotten, serving as an eternal warning about the predators who walk among us and the precious nature of the innocent lives they seek to destroy. In remembering his crimes, we honor those who died and commit ourselves to protecting those who still live, ensuring that such darkness never again finds fertile ground to grow in the heart of any community. In memory of Caroline Clark, Joan Walters, James Gibson, Deborah Everest, Simone Schmidl, Anya Habschied, Gabor Neugebauer, and all the unknown victims whose stories may never be told. May they rest in peace, and may their families find some measure of comfort in knowing their loved ones are remembered. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe. so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now, let's get into our fourth story. Story 4. The Night Caller, the Eric Edgar Cook Chronicles. Perth, Western Australia, 1963. While families slept peacefully behind locked doors, a monster prowled the suburban streets with deadly intent. His footsteps echoed through empty neighborhoods as he selected his victims with chilling randomness. This predator didn't discriminate, young or old, rich or poor, stranger or acquaintance. Death followed wherever he walked. His name was Eric Edgar Cook, and for 8 terrifying years, he transformed Australia's most isolated capital city into a hunting ground of unprecedented horror. Tonight, we delve into the mind of a killer whose brutality knew no bounds, whose methods defied all logic, and whose reign of terror would forever scar a nation's psyche. Eric Edgar Cook entered this world on February 25, 1931, in Victoria Park, Perth, a birth that would eventually unleash unimaginable terror upon Western Australia. From his very first breath, misfortune seemed to shadow his existence, as if fate itself had marked him for a path of darkness. The Cook household reeked of dysfunction and brutality. His father, Vivian Cook, ruled their cramped home with iron fists and alcohol-fueled rage. Night after night, young Eric cowered as his father's violent outbursts shattered any semblance of safety. The walls themselves seemed to absorb the screams, the crashes, the sounds of flesh meeting flesh in sickeningly rhythmic patterns. His mother, Christian Cook, existed as little more than a ghost, broken, defeated, unable to shield her children from the monster she'd married. But Eric's torment extended far beyond the confines of his toxic home. Nature had cursed him with a grotesque cleft palate and hair lip that twisted his features into a permanent mask of deformity. When he attempted to speak, only garbled sounds emerged, transforming simple communication into an exercise in humiliation. Children at school recoiled from his appearance, their cruel laughter echoing through corridors as they coined vicious nicknames that cut deeper than any physical wound. The cruelty was relentless. Classmates would deliberately drop objects just to watch Eric struggle to pick them up with his deformed mouth hanging open. Teachers, rather than offering protection, often looked away as the torment unfolded before their very eyes. Some even participated, rolling their eyes when Eric attempted to answer questions, his speech impediment turning every word into an incomprehensible mumble. As Eric aged, his physical appearance became increasingly disturbing. His cleft palate created a whistling sound when he breathed, an unsettling noise that announced his presence before he even entered a room. His eyes, cold and calculating even as a child, began to harbor something darker, a growing resentment that festered like an infected wound. The first signs of his violent tendencies emerged during his early adolescence. Neighborhood cats began disappearing, their mutilated remains discovered days later in drainage ditches and abandoned lots. Eric would stand over these corpses with an expression of fascination, studying the way life had drained from their eyes. He began experimenting with different methods of killing, each more brutal than the last, as if he were perfecting a craft. His bedroom became a macabre laboratory. Hidden beneath loose floorboards, he collected knives stolen from kitchen drawers, pieces of rope, and various tools that could inflict pain. He would spend hours sharpening blades until they could slice through paper with deadly precision. The walls bore scratches where he tested the sharpness of his weapons, each mark representing another step toward his inevitable transformation into a killer. School authorities began noticing disturbing changes in Eric's behavior. He would sit at the back of classrooms, sketching violent scenes in his notebooks, detailed drawings of people being stabbed, strangled, and mutilated. When confronted about these images, he would simply stare with those cold, dead eyes, offering no explanation for the horrors he'd committed to paper. His social isolation deepened with each passing year. While other teenagers formed friendships and discovered romance, Eric existed on the periphery of society, watching, learning, planning. He developed an unsettling habit of following people home from a distance, memorizing their routines, studying their vulnerabilities. These weren't random observations, they were reconnaissance missions, practice runs for something far more sinister. The transformation accelerated when Eric began working odd jobs around Perth. His employers quickly learned to fear him. There was something profoundly unsettling about the way he moved through their businesses, his footsteps eerily silent, his presence seemingly materializing from nowhere. Customers would complain about feeling watched, describing an overwhelming sense of dread when Eric was nearby. He possessed an almost supernatural ability to remain undetected. Co-workers would turn around expecting to find empty space, only to discover Eric standing mere inches behind them, his deformed features twisted into what might have been attempting to be a smile. His breathing, that constant whistling sound caused by his cleft palate, became associated with impending danger. During this period, Eric began his first serious criminal activities. Burglaries became his specialty, but these weren't motivated purely by financial gain. He would break into homes while families slept, moving through their most private spaces like a malevolent spirit. Sometimes he would rearrange objects just enough to create confusion, leaving families with the disturbing sense that someone had invaded their sanctuary. The psychological impact of these intrusions was devastating. Victims would discover that their underwear had been handled, their children's toys had been moved, their family photographs had been studied and repositioned. The violation extended far beyond stolen property. Eric was stealing their sense of security, their belief that locked doors could keep evil at bay. His criminal activities escalated in both frequency and audacity. He began targeting homes during daylight hours, developing techniques for bypassing locks and security measures with frightening efficiency. But more disturbing was his tendency to linger, to explore these invaded spaces with the thoroughness of a predator studying his hunting ground. Police reports from this era describe a pattern of break-ins that seemed almost supernatural in their execution. Eric could enter homes without leaving traditional signs of forced entry, move through houses without disturbing sleeping occupants, and vanish without a trace. His deformed appearance had taught him to navigate through shadows, to exist unseen and unheard. The final piece of Eric's psychological puzzle fell into place when he began stalking potential victims with increasing boldness. He would follow women home from work, noting which houses had vulnerable entry points, which neighborhoods had inadequate lighting, which streets offered the best escape routes. These weren't random observations, they were detailed battle plans for a war he intended to wage against innocent civilians. By his early 20s, Eric Edgar Cook had evolved into something truly terrifying. His childhood trauma had forged him into a weapon of human destruction. His physical deformities had taught him to move unseen through the world, and his growing criminal experience had provided him with the skills necessary to hunt human prey. The monster was fully formed, and Perth had no idea what was coming. The year 1959 marked the beginning of Eric Edgar Cook's reign of terror, though authorities wouldn't connect the dots for years to come. His first confirmed kill occurred on a humid February night that would forever alter the landscape of Australian criminal history. Nina Berkman, a vibrant 19-year-old university student, was walking home alone after studying late at the library. The streets of Crawley were dimly lit, casting long shadows that seemed to dance with malevolent life. Eric had been stalking her for weeks, learning her routines, identifying the perfect location for his deadly ambush. He knew exactly where she would be most vulnerable, a stretch of road where streetlights had burned out, where thick vegetation provided perfect concealment. The attack was swift and brutal. Eric emerged from the darkness like a specter of death, his deformed features hidden by shadows that seemed to embrace him as an old friend. Nina barely had time to register his presence before his hands were around her throat, squeezing with the strength born from years of pent-up rage and murderous fantasization. But Eric wasn't content with simple strangulation. He had brought tools, a knife sharpened to surgical precision, rope that would leave distinctive marks, instruments of torture that revealed the true depth of his psychological corruption. The murder scene became his canvas, and he painted it with blood and suffering that defied human comprehension. Nina's final moments were filled with unimaginable terror as Eric worked methodically, savoring each second of her agony. He whispered to her as she died, his cleft palate creating sounds that were barely human, describing in gruesome detail what he planned to do with her body after death claimed her. The psychological torture was as important to him as the physical destruction. He fed on fear like a vampire feeds on blood. When police discovered Nina's mutilated remains the following morning, the crime scene traumatized even the most experienced officers. The level of violence was unprecedented in Western Australia's history. Her body had been positioned in a deliberately provocative manner, suggesting the killer possessed not only extreme brutality, but also a twisted sense of theatrical presentation. Detective Inspector Colin Campbell, leading the investigation, immediately recognized they were dealing with no ordinary criminal. The evidence suggested someone with intimate knowledge of forensic procedures, someone who understood exactly how to minimize traces while maximizing psychological impact. The killer had been careful to avoid leaving fingerprints, but careless enough to leave behind something far more disturbing, a signature of violence that would become his calling card. The murder sent shockwaves through Perth's normally peaceful community. Parents began walking their children to school, women traveled in groups after dark, and hardware stores reported unprecedented sales of door locks and security equipment. But Eric thrived on this atmosphere of fear. It was oxygen to his twisted soul, validation that his actions carried real power over human behavior. 3 months passed before Eric struck again, but he hadn't been idle. He spent those months perfecting his techniques, studying police procedures, and selecting his next victim with the patience of a master predator. His second kill demonstrated a chilling evolution in his methodology. Constable Brian Knutson was a respected member of the Western Australia Police Force, a man dedicated to protecting the very community that Eric was systematically terrorizing. On May 30th, 1959, Knutson was conducting a routine patrol in his police vehicle when Eric executed one of the boldest attacks in criminal history. Eric had stolen a vehicle earlier that evening, not for escape but as a weapon. He rammed the stolen car directly into Knutson's police vehicle with devastating force, the impact crushing metal and bone with equal efficiency. But the collision was merely the opening move in Eric's deadly game. As Constable Knutson struggled to escape his demolished vehicle, blood streaming from multiple wounds, Eric approached with predatory calm. He carried a rifle stolen from a previous burglary, and his intentions were crystal clear. The wounded officer, despite his injuries, attempted to defend himself, but Eric had planned this encounter with military precision. The execution was cold and methodical. Eric fired multiple shots, each one carefully placed to maximize suffering while ensuring eventual death. He wanted Knutson to understand exactly what was happening, to experience the full terror of knowing his life was ending at the hands of a monster. The psychological component was as important as the physical violence. Eric fed on the fear he generated. But Eric's brutality didn't end with Knutson's death. In a display of shocking audacity, he stripped the officer's body and stole his service weapon, ammunition, and official radio. This wasn't merely about acquiring tools. It was a symbolic victory over the forces of law and order, a declaration that he considered himself above human authority. The murder of a police officer escalated the investigation to unprecedented levels. Every available detective was assigned to the case. Forensic experts were brought in from Eastern Australia, and the manhunt became the largest in Western Australia's history. But Eric had vanished like morning mist, leaving behind only questions and a growing sense of dread. His third confirmed kill occurred just weeks later, demonstrating that success had only emboldened his murderous appetites. Rosemary Anderson, a 28-year-old secretary, became his next victim during what should have been a routine evening walk through her own neighborhood. Eric had been watching Rosemary for days, noting her habits, her routines, her vulnerabilities. He knew she walked the same route every evening, that she passed through an area with inadequate lighting, that she had no family waiting at home to notice if she failed to return. These weren't coincidences. They were carefully calculated factors in his victim selection process. The attack occurred near a construction site, where heavy machinery provided perfect concealment and muffled sound. Eric had prepared the location in advance, moving equipment to create secluded spaces where he could work without interruption. He had learned from previous kills that rushing led to mistakes. He preferred to take his time, to savor each moment of the destructive process. Rosemary's murder demonstrated Eric's evolution as a killer. He employed multiple weapons, switching between them as his mood dictated, each instrument serving a specific purpose in his ritual of destruction. The crime scene revealed a level of planning and preparation that chilled investigators to their core. But perhaps most disturbing was Eric's growing confidence. He left behind clues, not accidentally but deliberately, as if taunting the police who were desperately trying to catch him. A cigarette but smoked to a specific length, footprints pressed into soil with deliberate precision, fabric samples that had been carefully placed rather than accidentally torn. These weren't the actions of someone trying to avoid capture. They were the behavior of a predator who believed himself superior to his pursuers, who took perverse pleasure in demonstrating his intellectual dominance over the forces of law and order. The pattern was becoming clear to investigators, but the reality was almost too horrible to accept. Perth was being stalked by a killer who possessed not only the physical capability for extreme violence, but also the psychological sophistication to turn murder into an art form. 3 victims in 6 months. 3 lives destroyed by a monster who was just beginning to explore the full extent of his murderous potential. The hunting season had officially begun, and Eric Edgar Cook was developing an insatiable appetite for human suffering. The worst was yet to come. By 1960, Eric Edgar Cook had transformed from a disturbed individual into Perth's most terrifying nightmare. His killing spree escalated with frightening intensity, each murder more brutal and audacious than the last. The city's residents lived in perpetual fear, never knowing when or where the monster would strike next. The murder that truly announced Eric's arrival as Australia's most dangerous predator occurred on January 27, 1960. Shirley MacLeod, a vivacious 18-year-old, was celebrating Australia Day with friends at the South Perth foreshore. As the evening wound down and crowds began dispersing, Shirley found herself separated from her companions, walking alone toward the ferry terminal through areas that had become hunting grounds for a patient killer. Eric had been watching the celebrations from the shadows, studying potential victims with the focused intensity of a professional hunter. He noted which individuals were alone, which routes offered the best concealment, which locations provided multiple escape options. Shirley's isolation made her the perfect target for his increasingly sophisticated killing methods. The attack occurred near the old South Perth jetty, where moonlight reflected off the Swan River like scattered diamonds on black velvet. Eric approached silently, his deformed features hidden by darkness, his movements so fluid they seemed almost supernatural. Years of criminal activity had taught him to move without sound, to materialize from nothingness like a demon summoned from hell. Shirley's final moments were filled with incomprehensible terror as Eric revealed the true extent of his sadistic nature. He didn't simply kill. He orchestrated elaborate rituals of suffering, each act designed to maximize psychological and physical agony. The weapons he employed had been carefully selected and prepared, each one serving a specific purpose in his grotesque performance. The discovery of Shirley's mutilated remains sent shockwaves through the investigation team. Detective Inspector Campbell, now leading a task force of 30 officers, realized they were confronting something unprecedented in Australian criminal history. The level of violence, the methodical preparation, the psychological sophistication, every aspect suggested a killer operating on a level that defied conventional understanding. But Eric's hunger was far from satisfied. Less than 2 weeks later, he struck again with even greater brutality. John Sturkey, a 25-year-old night watchman, became his next victim during what should have been a routine security patrol at a construction site in Nedlands. Eric had been studying the site for weeks, learning the guards' patterns, identifying vulnerabilities in the security arrangements, planning his approach with military precision. He knew exactly when Sturkey would be alone, which areas were hidden from street visibility, how long he would have to complete his deadly work without interruption. The murder weapon was a stolen rifle, the same one taken from Constable Knutson's corpse months earlier. Eric had kept it as a trophy, a reminder of his victory over law enforcement. But this wasn't simply about killing, it was about demonstrating his complete superiority over society's protective systems. Sturkey never had a chance. Eric's first shot shattered his spine, paralyzing him instantly but ensuring he remained conscious for the horror that followed. The subsequent shots were placed with surgical precision, each one designed to prolong suffering while gradually shutting down vital systems. Eric whispered throughout the execution, his cleft palate creating sounds that seemed to emerge from the darkest corners of human imagination. The crime scene revealed Eric's growing theatrical tendencies. He had arranged Sturkey's body in a specific position, surrounded by personal items taken from the victim's pockets, creating a macabre display that served as both trophy and taunt to investigating officers. Spring of 1960 brought no relief from Eric's reign of terror. If anything, the warming weather seemed to energize his murderous activities. Jillian Brewer, a 19-year-old nursing student, became his next victim during an evening walk through Kings Park, one of Perth's most beloved recreational areas. Eric had transformed the park into his personal hunting preserve, memorizing every path, every hiding spot, every location where screams might go unheard. He knew the park's security schedules, understood which areas were monitored and which were vulnerable, had identified multiple escape routes for every possible scenario. Jillian's murder demonstrated Eric's evolution into something truly monstrous. He employed psychological torture techniques that suggested extensive research into human psychology, understanding exactly how to maximize fear and despair. The physical violence was horrific, but the mental anguish he inflicted was even worse. He forced Jillian to participate in her own destruction, using threats against fictional family members to secure her compliance with increasingly degrading demands. Every moment of her final hour was carefully orchestrated to provide Eric with maximum psychological satisfaction while ensuring her complete dehumanization. The weapons employed in Jillian's murder were more sophisticated than anything Eric had used previously. He had been experimenting with different tools, testing their effectiveness for both killing and torture, perfecting techniques that would become his signature methods in future attacks. But perhaps most disturbing was Eric's growing need for audience. He had positioned Jillian's body where it would be discovered quickly, ensuring maximum media coverage and public terror. He was no longer content with private satisfaction. He craved recognition for his work, acknowledgement of his skills as Perth's ultimate predator. The investigation team, now expanded to 50 officers working around the clock, began identifying patterns in Eric's victim selection. He seemed to prefer young people, individuals who represented hope and potential, as if he were specifically targeting society's future. But this pattern proved deceptive. Eric's next victim shattered all previous assumptions about his methodology. George Walmsley, a 62-year-old pensioner, was murdered in his own home during what appeared to be a routine burglary. But investigators quickly realized this was no ordinary break-in. Eric had spent considerable time in the house, moving through rooms with the familiarity of someone who had visited multiple times before. The elderly man had been tortured for hours before death finally claimed him. Eric employed techniques that suggested extensive research into pain threshold and psychological breaking points. Every injury was precisely calculated to maximize agony while preventing unconsciousness. He wanted his victims fully aware throughout their ordeal. Walmsley's murder revealed Eric's growing sophistication as a criminal. He had disabled the home's security systems with professional skill, entered without leaving traditional signs of forced entry, and conducted his business with the patience of someone who knew he wouldn't be interrupted. The positioning of Walmsley's body, surrounded by deliberately arranged personal photographs, suggested Eric was creating increasingly complex psychological statements through his victims' deaths. Each murder was becoming a work of twisted art, designed to communicate specific messages to both investigators and the public. By December 1960, Perth existed in a state of siege. Parents refused to let children play outside after dark. Women traveled only in groups. Men carried weapons despite strict gun control laws. Hardware stores couldn't keep locks and security equipment in stock. Guard dogs became impossible to purchase. And the city's psychological landscape had been permanently scarred by Eric's campaign of terror. But Eric was just warming up. His most horrific crimes were yet to come, and the true extent of his monstrous nature would soon be revealed in ways that would traumatize an entire nation. The Nightstalker had found his rhythm, and Perth would never be safe again. The year 1963 marked the climax of Eric Edgar Cook's murderous campaign. as his killing spree reached levels of brutality that defied human comprehension. But it also marked the beginning of his downfall, as Perth's police force, driven by desperation and public pressure, began closing the net around Australia's most prolific killer. Eric's penultimate murder occurred on August 10, 1963, and would become his most psychologically devastating attack. The victims were the Wren family, a mother, father, and 2 young children who represented everything wholesome and innocent in Australian society. Their deaths would traumatize a nation and finally provide investigators with the evidence needed to end Eric's reign of terror. The Wren family lived in Cottage Grove, Nedlands, in a modest home that had become Eric's obsession for weeks. He had studied their routines with the patience of a professional assassin, noting when lights went on and off, when family members came and went, when the house was most vulnerable to intrusion. But this wasn't going to be a typical burglary murder. Eric had evolved beyond simple killing. He was now orchestrating elaborate scenarios designed to maximize both physical destruction and psychological impact. The Wren family home would become the stage for his most horrific performance. Eric entered the house at approximately 2:17 a.m., using lock-picking skills perfected through years of criminal activity. He moved through the darkened rooms like a malevolent spirit, his deformed breathing creating whispers of sound that seemed to emerge from the walls themselves. He knew exactly where each family member slept, which rooms offered the best acoustic isolation, how to prevent escape attempts. The murders began in the parents' bedroom. Eric awakened Harold and Beverley Wren not with violence, but with psychological terror. He whispered detailed descriptions of what he planned to do to their children, using their parental instincts as weapons against them. The torture wasn't purely physical, it was an assault on everything they held sacred. Harold Wren, despite being confronted by an armed intruder, attempted to protect his family with desperate courage. But Eric had anticipated resistance and prepared accordingly. The father's death was prolonged and agonizing, designed to serve as both punishment for defiance and warning to his wife about the consequences of further resistance. Beverley Wren's final hour was filled with horrors that challenge human comprehension. Eric forced her to participate in arranging her husband's body, to clean up evidence while he described in graphic detail what awaited her children. The psychological torture was as systematic as the physical violence. Eric had studied human breaking points and knew exactly how to shatter someone's sanity. The children, 8-year-old Timothy and 6-year-old Sarah, were awakened by sounds their young minds couldn't process. Eric appeared in their bedroom like something from their darkest nightmares, his deformed features twisted into expressions that defied description. But he didn't kill them immediately, that would have been too merciful. Instead, Eric employed techniques of psychological warfare that demonstrated the true depths of his corruption. He used the children's innocence against them, convincing them that compliance would ensure their parents' survival, that resistance would result in even greater suffering for their family. The physical evidence discovered at the crime scene suggested the children had been alive for several hours after their parents' deaths, forced to witness Eric's increasingly elaborate rituals of desecration. Their final moments were spent in terror so complete that investigators would require psychological counseling just to process the crime scene evidence. But Eric's theatrical tendencies proved to be his downfall. In his desire to create the perfect horrific tableau, he lingered too long at the crime scene, leaving behind forensic evidence that would finally connect him to the murders. Fingerprints on items he'd moved for artistic effect, footprints in areas where he'd positioned bodies, fabric samples from clothing torn during his elaborate staging, all provided the breakthrough investigators had been desperately seeking. Detective Inspector Campbell, now leading the largest manhunt in Australian history, immediately recognized the significance of the evidence. After 4 years of chasing shadows, they finally had concrete proof that could lead to the killer's identification. Every forensic expert in the country was brought in to analyze the materials, and the investigation took on the intensity of a military operation. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Eric's deformed footprint, caused by childhood injuries and made distinctive by years of criminal activity, matched impressions found at multiple crime scenes dating back to 1959. Suddenly, investigators could connect murders that had previously seemed unrelated, revealing the true scope of Eric's killing spree. The manhunt that followed was unprecedented in Australian criminal history. Every police officer in Western Australia was mobilized. Roadblocks were established throughout the metropolitan area, and the military was placed on standby to assist if necessary. Perth existed under virtual martial law as authorities closed in on their target. Eric, realizing his freedom was ending, made one final attempt at establishing his legacy. On August 22, 1963, he broke into a rifle shop with the intention of stealing enough weapons and ammunition to wage war against the police forces hunting him. But his luck had finally run out. Store owner John McFarlane had been alerted by neighbors who reported suspicious activity. When Eric emerged from the shop carrying stolen rifles, McFarlane was waiting with a shotgun and absolute determination to end the monster's reign of terror. The confrontation that followed would become legendary in Australian law enforcement history. Eric, armed with multiple weapons and driven by years of murderous rage, seemed prepared to fight to the death. But the psychological advantage had shifted. For the first time in his criminal career, he was facing someone unafraid of his reputation, someone willing to use lethal force to protect the community. The gunfight was brief but decisive. McFarlane's first shot shattered Eric's right shoulder, spinning him around and sending stolen weapons scattering across the pavement. His second shot caught Eric in the chest, puncturing his lung and sending him crashing to the ground in a spreading pool of blood. As police sirens wailed in the distance, Eric Edgar Cook lay dying on a Perth street. His reign of terror finally ended by the courage of an ordinary citizen who refused to allow evil to triumph. His final words, barely audible through his damaged cleft palate and punctured lung, were a confession of murders that chilled even hardened officers. The trial of Eric Edgar Cook became a media sensation that captivated the entire nation. For weeks, newspapers provided detailed coverage of proceedings that revealed the full extent of his crimes. The evidence presented painted a picture of systematic brutality that shocked even criminal justice professionals who thought they'd seen everything. Eric showed no remorse throughout the trial, treating the proceedings like a performance opportunity. He described his murders with clinical detachment, providing details that only the killer could know, seemingly proud of the terror he'd inflicted on innocent victims. The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours before returning guilty verdicts on all charges. Eric Edgar Cook was sentenced to death, becoming one of the last criminals executed in Western Australia before capital punishment was abolished. On October 26, 1964, Eric Edgar Cook walked to the gallows at Fremantle Prison with the same cold calculation that had characterized his killing spree. His final statement was a detailed confession to murders that authorities hadn't even connected to him, revelations that expanded his known victim count to numbers that horrified investigators. The execution was carried out at dawn, witnessed by officials who reported that Eric showed no fear, no remorse, no recognition of the suffering he'd caused. He died as he had lived, completely disconnected from normal human emotion, a monster who had briefly walked among civilized people before justice finally claimed him. Perth slowly began healing from the trauma Eric had inflicted, but the scars would never completely fade. His crimes had fundamentally changed Australian society, creating awareness of evil that had previously seemed impossible in such a peaceful nation. Eric Edgar Cook's name became synonymous with pure evil, a reminder that monsters walk among us, that innocence can be shattered by those who have abandoned all humanity. His legacy remains one of horror, but also of the courage shown by those who finally brought him to justice. The night caller had finally been silenced, but Perth would never forget the terror he had unleashed upon their city. His crimes serve as an eternal warning about the darkness that can consume a human soul, and the price society pays when monsters are allowed to hunt freely among the innocent. Justice had prevailed, but the memories of Eric Edgar Cook's brutality would haunt Australia forever. The death of Eric Edgar Cook marked the end of one of Australia's most horrific chapters in criminal history, but his impact on society continues to resonate decades later. His 8-year reign of terror fundamentally changed how Australians viewed personal safety, transforming a nation that had prided itself on community trust into one that understood the reality of human evil. The investigation techniques developed during the hunt for Cook revolutionized Australian law enforcement, establishing forensic methods and collaborative procedures that would serve as models for future major crime investigations. His case became required study material for criminology students and law enforcement professionals throughout the Commonwealth. But perhaps most importantly, the courage shown by ordinary citizens like John McFarland demonstrated that evil, no matter how powerful it seems, can be defeated by individuals willing to stand against it. Eric Edgar Cook's story serves as both warning and inspiration, a reminder of humanity's capacity for both ultimate evil and ultimate good. The night caller may be dead, but his victims are remembered, and their stories serve as eternal testimony to the preciousness of innocent life and the importance of justice in civilized society. If you're still awake, let's move on to our final story. Story 5. The Snowtown Murders, Australia's most chilling serial killings. The acrid stench of decay and chemicals hung heavy over the abandoned bank vault, a grotesque laboratory where humanity had been systematically dismantled. 11 plastic barrels stood like silent sentinels, each containing the dissolved remains of someone's son, daughter, mother, or father. What investigators discovered that fateful day in May 1999 would forever scar the quiet town of Snowtown, South Australia, and expose one of the most methodical, savage killing sprees in Australian criminal history. This wasn't the work of a deranged individual acting alone. This was something far more sinister, a web of manipulation, hatred, and unspeakable brutality orchestrated by John Justin Bunting, a man who convinced his followers that torture and murder were acts of righteousness. For nearly a decade, Bunting and his accomplices turned suburban Adelaide into their hunting ground, targeting the vulnerable, the marginalized, and eventually, anyone who stood in their way. What drove ordinary people to participate in such monstrous acts? How did neighbors, friends, and family members become unwitting accomplices to systematic murder? The answers lie deep within the twisted psychology of a man who weaponized fear, prejudice, and social isolation to build his empire of death. Welcome to the horrifying true story of the Snowtown murders, where the boundaries between victim and perpetrator blurred until an entire community became complicit in unimaginable evil. The fluorescent lights of the Salisbury North Housing Trust estate flickered intermittently, casting eerie shadows across the cramped living rooms where John Justin Bunting would hold court. Born in 1966, Bunting possessed an unsettling charisma that masked the darkness festering within his soul. His piercing eyes seemed to penetrate straight through people, reading their deepest insecurities and fears like an open book. Bunting's childhood had been a masterclass in dysfunction. Abandoned by his father at age 8, he watched helplessly as his mother cycled through a parade of violent, abusive partners. Each relationship brought fresh trauma, teaching young John that power came through intimidation, that weakness invited predation, and that the world was divided into hunters and prey. By his teenage years, the seeds of his twisted worldview had taken root, germinating in the fertile ground of abandonment, rage, and profound psychological damage. The economic wasteland of northern Adelaide in the 1980s provided the perfect breeding ground for Bunting's malevolent influence. Unemployment ravaged the working-class suburbs, leaving behind a generation of forgotten souls desperate for purpose, belonging, and someone to blame for their misfortunes. Bunting studied these damaged individuals with the calculating precision of a predator selecting his next meal. Elizabeth Harvey became his first major conquest, a vulnerable single mother raising 4 children in the chaos of Salisbury North. Her 16-year-old son, Troy Yud, had already endured years of sexual abuse at the hands of his stepfather. When Bunting entered their lives in 1991, he didn't arrive as a savior. He came as something far more dangerous, a man who understood exactly how to exploit trauma for his own twisted purposes. Bunting's recruitment strategy was diabolically simple yet devastatingly effective. He would identify individuals who had suffered abuse, particularly sexual abuse, and position himself as their protector and advocate. His voice would drop to a conspiratorial whisper as he spoke of the perverts and deviants who preyed on the innocent. He painted himself as a crusader for justice, someone willing to do what the police and the courts wouldn't, eliminate the human garbage that plagued their community. The transformation of Elizabeth Harvey's cramped housing trust unit into Bunting's headquarters marked the beginning of something truly sinister. What started as informal gatherings quickly evolved into structured meetings where Bunting would deliver increasingly violent sermons about cleansing society. The participants, mostly unemployed men and struggling single mothers, found themselves swept up in a tide of righteous fury that gave meaning to their otherwise purposeless existence. Robert Wagner, a softly spoken man in his early 20s, became one of Bunting's most devoted disciples. Wagner had suffered horrific sexual abuse as a child, leaving him psychologically shattered and desperate for someone to tell him that his rage was justified. Bunting recognized this vulnerability immediately, molding Wagner into his most reliable lieutenant through a combination of validation, manipulation, and gradually escalating demands for loyalty. Mark Hayden represented another type of recruit entirely. A former abattoir worker with a violent streak, Hayden was drawn to Bunting's vision of vigilante justice not out of personal trauma, but from a more primal attraction to violence and control. His marriage to Elizabeth Harvey's daughter gave him access to the inner circle, where he quickly proved his worth through his willingness to cross lines that others still hesitated to approach. The group's early activities focused on harassment and intimidation. They would identify suspected pedophiles, sometimes based on credible information, often based on nothing more than gossip or personal grudges, and subject them to systematic psychological torture. Phone calls in the dead of night, threatening letters, dead animals left on doorsteps, and vandalized property became their calling cards. Barry Lane became their first practice target. The intellectually disabled man had been accused of inappropriate behavior with children, accusations that were never substantiated but provided sufficient justification in Bunting's twisted moral framework. Night after night, the group would descend upon Lane's modest home, subjecting him to hours of verbal abuse, threats, and psychological torment. They forced him to write confessions to crimes he may never have committed, videotaped him in compromising positions, and gradually stripped away every vestige of his human dignity. The escalation was gradual but inexorable. What began as harassment evolved into assault, then imprisonment, and finally something far worse. Bunting discovered that he possessed an almost supernatural ability to break down his victims' psychological defenses, reducing proud individuals to quivering masses of terror who would say or do anything to make the pain stop. The group's methodology became increasingly sophisticated. They developed elaborate role-playing scenarios where victims would be forced to participate in their own degradation. Bunting would assume different personas, sometimes the concerned social worker, other times the righteous avenger, while his accomplices played their assigned roles with theatrical precision. James Spiridon Vlasakis, Elizabeth Harvey's teenage son, represented the ultimate corruption of Bunting's influence. Just 16 years old when he first encountered the group's activities, Vlasakis was gradually desensitized to violence through a carefully orchestrated process of indoctrination. What began with minor acts of vandalism evolved into active participation in torture sessions, until the confused teenager found himself complicit in acts that would have horrified him just months earlier. The psychological dynamics within the group created a perfect storm of enabling behavior. Each member's participation validated the other's actions, creating a closed loop of reinforcement that made increasingly extreme behavior seem not just acceptable, but necessary. Bunting masterfully exploited the human tendency toward conformity, gradually shifting the group's baseline of acceptable behavior until murder itself seemed like a logical next step. The social services system's complete failure to recognize the danger brewing within their community represented a catastrophic oversight that would cost multiple lives. Despite numerous reports of harassment, threats, and escalating violence, authorities consistently failed to grasp the systematic nature of Bunting's campaign or the extreme danger he posed to vulnerable individuals. Financial desperation provided the final ingredient in Bunting's recipe for mass murder. The group's members lived in grinding poverty, dependent on government benefits and occasional odd jobs for survival. When Bunting realized that their victims' Centrelink payments could continue flowing long after their deaths, the purely ideological motivation for murder became contaminated with raw greed. The transition from harassment to homicide wasn't marked by any single moment of decision. It was an organic evolution driven by the internal logic of Bunting's twisted worldview. If society's human garbage deserved to be eliminated, then actually eliminating them became not just permissible but morally imperative. The group had spent so long dehumanizing their victims that the final step of actually ending their lives required no additional psychological preparation. Clinton Trezise became their first murder victim in August 1992, though his death wouldn't be officially connected to the group for years to come. The 22-year-old's body was discovered in Lower Light, north of Adelaide, but the connection to Bunting's circle remained hidden. This successful concealment provided crucial validation for the group's methods and emboldened them to continue their deadly campaign. Ray Davies followed in December 1995, his mutilated body bearing the hallmarks of prolonged torture that would become the group's signature. The 26-year-old's death was particularly significant because it demonstrated the group's willingness to target victims based on the flimsiest of justifications. Davies had allegedly made inappropriate comments about children, accusations that were never verified but proved sufficient to seal his fate. The murders weren't random acts of violence. They were carefully planned executions that followed a predictable pattern. Victims would be lured to secure locations under false pretenses, then subjected to hours or even days of systematic torture designed to break down their psychological resistance completely. Bunting had developed an encyclopedic knowledge of human anatomy and psychology, understanding exactly where to apply pressure to maximize suffering while prolonging the victim's consciousness. The group's torture methods revealed a level of sadistic creativity that defied comprehension. Electrical devices were used to inflict precise amounts of pain, hot objects were applied to sensitive areas, and psychological torture was employed to compound the physical agony. Victims were forced to call family members and assure them that everything was fine, all while enduring unimaginable torment. Perhaps most chilling of all was the group's complete lack of empathy for their victims' suffering. They would break for meals during torture sessions, discussing mundane topics while their victims writhed in agony nearby. The dehumanization process had been so complete that the group literally no longer recognized their victims as fellow human beings deserving of basic compassion. The disposal of bodies became an increasingly complex logistical challenge as the body count mounted. Early victims were buried in shallow graves or dumped in remote locations, but these methods carried significant risks of discovery. Bunting's solution demonstrated both his methodical nature and his complete disconnection from normal human emotion. The bodies would be dismembered and dissolved in acid, reducing human beings to anonymous sludge that could be stored indefinitely. The abandoned state bank building in Snowtown provided the perfect location for this grotesque operation. The building's isolation and solid construction offered privacy and security, while the large vault provided ample space for the growing collection of barrels. The irony that a former financial institution had become a repository for the literal dissolution of human beings was not lost on investigators who would later process the crime scene. As 1999 began, Bunting's killing machine was operating at peak efficiency. The group had perfected their methods of victim selection, abduction, torture, and disposal, creating a systematic approach to mass murder that could theoretically continue indefinitely. Their financial motivations had evolved into a sophisticated welfare fraud scheme that generated steady income while providing perfect cover for their victims' disappearances. The psychology of the group had evolved as well, with each member now fully invested in maintaining the conspiracy through mutual dependence and shared guilt. They had crossed so many moral boundaries together that retreat was no longer psychologically possible. They could only move forward, leaving an ever-growing trail of destruction in their wake. But the very success of their operation contained the seeds of their eventual downfall. The more people they killed, the greater the statistical likelihood that someone would notice the pattern. The more complex their fraud scheme became, the more opportunities for detection it created. And the more confident they became in their abilities, the more likely they were to make the kind of careless mistake that would bring their reign of terror to an end. The stage was now set for the final act of one of Australia's most horrific criminal enterprises, a climax that would shock a nation and forever change how Australians thought about the capacity for evil that could lurk behind the facade of suburban normalcy. The makeshift torture chamber in Elizabeth Harvey's Salisbury North home had been transformed into a theater of unimaginable cruelty. The living room, once a space for family gatherings and children's laughter, now housed an arsenal of implements designed for one purpose: the systematic destruction of human beings. Pliers, electrical cables, knives of various sizes, and homemade devices crafted specifically for inflicting maximum agony were arranged with the methodical precision of a surgeon's toolkit. Bunting had evolved into something far beyond a mere serial killer. He had become the architect of a murder factory that operated with industrial efficiency. Each killing followed a carefully refined protocol that maximized both the victim's suffering and the perpetrator's psychological satisfaction. The process had been honed through trial and error across multiple victims, with each murder providing valuable lessons that improved the next execution. Suzanne Allen disappeared on September 2, 1996, becoming another cog in Bunting's increasingly efficient killing machine. The 47-year-old grandmother had made the fatal mistake of criticizing the group's activities, transforming her from bystander to target in Bunting's paranoid worldview. Her murder demonstrated how quickly the group's motivation had evolved from supposed vigilante justice to simple elimination of anyone who posed even a minimal threat to their operations. Allen's torture session lasted 3 excruciating days, during which the group employed every technique in their expanding repertoire of sadistic practices. She was subjected to electrical shock therapy using modified household appliances. Her fingers were systematically crushed with pliers, and boiling water was poured over her extremities while Bunting calmly explained how her pain was purifying her soul. The psychological torture proved even more devastating than the physical abuse. She was forced to listen to recordings of her grandchildren playing while enduring unspeakable agony, the innocent laughter serving as a grotesque soundtrack to her final hours. The group's torture methods had evolved far beyond simple brutality into something approaching scientific methodology. Bunting had discovered that alternating between extreme pain and momentary relief created a psychological dependency that made victims more compliant. He would inflict terrible agony, then provide brief respites where he would speak soothingly about ending their suffering, if only they would cooperate with his demands. Marcus Johnson's murder in May 1997 showcased the group's growing confidence and increasingly elaborate execution protocols. The 29-year-old had been targeted based on unfounded suspicions about his sexuality, marking another expansion of Bunting's ever-widening definition of who deserved to die. Johnson's killing was particularly significant because it demonstrated how completely the group had abandoned any pretense of moral justification. They were now killing purely for the psychological satisfaction it provided. Johnson was abducted from his home and transported to a specially prepared location where the torture could proceed without interruption. The session lasted over 18 hours, during which he was subjected to a systematic catalog of horrors that defied human comprehension. His captors took turns inflicting different types of torture, treating the entire ordeal as an elaborate form of entertainment that strengthened their bonds through shared participation in ultimate evil. The audio recordings that police would later discover provided chilling insight into the group's psychological state during these torture sessions. Far from showing remorse or hesitation, the recordings captured laughter, casual conversation, and even moments where the perpetrators would pause their activities to eat meals or discuss mundane topics while their victims suffered nearby. The complete disconnect between their normal human interactions and the monstrous acts they were committing revealed a level of psychological compartmentalization that approached the pathological. Troy Yude's murder represented perhaps the most heinous betrayal in the entire saga. Elizabeth Harvey's own son had become inconvenient to the group's operations. He had witnessed too much and was beginning to ask uncomfortable questions about the fate of various missing persons. His elimination in August 1997 demonstrated that absolutely no relationship or bond could protect someone from Bunting's murderous pragmatism. Yude's torture was particularly prolonged and sadistic, lasting nearly a week as the group experimented with new methods of inflicting psychological torment. He was forced to participate in his own degradation, compelled to make phone calls to family members assuring them of his well-being while electrical current coursed through his body. The recordings of these calls would later haunt investigators, capturing the victim's desperate attempts to communicate his plight through coded language that his captors failed to recognize. The disposal process had also evolved into a grotesquely efficient operation. Bodies were dismembered with surgical precision, each part treated with industrial-strength acid that reduced human remains to anonymous organic matter. The process typically took several days to complete, during which the perpetrators would monitor the chemical breakdown with scientific detachment, occasionally stirring the mixture or adding additional acid to accelerate decomposition. Fred Brooks became another victim of the group's expanding paranoia when he disappeared in September 1998. The 18-year-old's only crime had been dating Bunting's stepdaughter, but this minor connection was sufficient to mark him for death in the increasingly twisted logic of the group's operations. His murder followed the now familiar pattern of abduction, prolonged torture, and chemical disposal, but with additional refinements that demonstrated the group's growing expertise in human destruction. Brooks' torture session introduced new elements of psychological manipulation that would become standard in subsequent murders. He was shown photographs of previous victims during their torture sessions, with Bunting explaining in clinical detail how each person had died and how their remains had been disposed of. This preview of his own fate was designed to break down his psychological resistance completely, transforming him into a compliant participant in his own execution. Gary O'Dwyer's murder in November 1998 marked another milestone in the group's evolution toward complete moral bankruptcy. The 29-year-old intellectually disabled man had been targeted purely for financial gain. His disability pension provided a steady source of income that could be harvested indefinitely after his death. This purely mercenary motivation stripped away the last vestiges of the group's self-justifying ideology, revealing them as nothing more than predators driven by greed and sadistic pleasure. O'Dwyer's intellectual disability made him particularly vulnerable to the group's manipulation tactics. He was told that he was participating in a game that would help him earn extra money, unaware that he was actually being prepared for systematic torture and murder. His childlike trust in his captors added an additional layer of horror to his eventual fate, as he continued to believe their reassurances even as they began inflicting unimaginable torment. Elizabeth Hayden's murder in November 1998 demonstrated that even marriage and family connections provided no protection from Bunting's expanding circle of violence. Mark Hayden's wife had become suspicious of the group's activities and had begun asking uncomfortable questions about the source of their sudden financial improvements. Her murder required careful orchestration to avoid suspicion, but the group had become sufficiently confident in their abilities to eliminate even such a potentially high-profile target. The torture of Elizabeth Hayden was particularly savage because her intimate knowledge of the group's operations made her dangerous even in death. She was subjected to extended interrogation sessions designed to identify anyone else who might have shared her suspicions, with each name she provided under duress adding potential future victims to the group's growing target list. Her final hours were spent providing unwitting intelligence that would guide the group's future killing spree. David Johnson's murder marked the beginning of the end for Bunting's criminal enterprise, though none of the perpetrators recognized the significance at the time. Johnson had been targeted because of his relationship with previous victim Marcus Johnson, making his elimination seem like simple operational security. However, his disappearance would eventually provide investigators with the thread that would unravel the entire conspiracy. Johnson's torture session was recorded with particular thoroughness because Bunting had begun to view these recordings as trophies that demonstrated his absolute power over life and death. The audio captured every moment of Johnson's degradation and suffering, providing a permanent record of the group's descent into ultimate evil. These recordings would later serve as crucial evidence in prosecuting the perpetrators, ensuring that their victims' final moments would not be forgotten or ignored. The group's financial fraud had evolved into a sophisticated operation that generated substantial income from multiple sources. Victims' welfare payments continued flowing long after their deaths. Credit cards were used to make purchases that were immediately converted to cash, and personal property was systematically stripped and sold. The operation had become so profitable that financial gain was now the primary motivation for selecting new victims. Michael Gardner's murder in August 1997 had been motivated purely by financial considerations. His disability pension represented a valuable long-term income stream that justified the effort required for his elimination. Gardner had been lured to his death through promises of friendship and community acceptance, making his betrayal particularly cruel. His torture session lasted over a week, during which he was subjected to every technique in the group's expanding arsenal of sadistic practices. Thomas Trevelyan's murder in January 1999 represented the group's growing confidence in their ability to eliminate virtually anyone without consequences. Trevelyan had been targeted because he had witnessed suspicious activities around previous crime scenes, making him a potential threat to operational security. His elimination demonstrated that the group now viewed murder as a routine solution to any operational problem, no matter how minor. The psychological dynamics within the group had evolved to the point where murder had become normalized, even mundane. New torture techniques were discussed with the same casual interest that others might reserve for discussing a new hobby. The perpetrators had become so desensitized to violence that they could transition seamlessly from inflicting unimaginable torture to sharing a meal or watching television, treating human suffering as nothing more than background entertainment. James Vlasakis had been completely corrupted by his prolonged exposure to the group's activities. The teenager who had once shown normal emotional responses to violence had been systematically desensitized through gradually escalating participation in increasingly horrific acts. By 1999, he was capable of inflicting torture with the same clinical detachment as the group's more experienced members. The group's operational security had also improved dramatically through hard-won experience with victim disposal and evidence elimination. They had learned to completely strip crime scenes of forensic evidence, to maintain detailed financial records that supported their fraud schemes, and to coordinate alibis that would withstand casual investigation. Their confidence in these systems had grown to the point where they believed they were essentially untouchable. Robert Wagner had evolved from reluctant participant to enthusiastic collaborator, his psychological transformation complete after years of gradual indoctrination. The man who had once hesitated before minor acts of vandalism was now capable of inflicting torture with creative enthusiasm, suggesting new techniques and refinements to existing methods. His complete moral collapse represented one of Bunting's greatest achievements in human manipulation. The abandoned bank vault in Snowtown had become far more than a simple storage facility. It was a shrine to the group's accomplishments in human destruction. The carefully arranged barrels represented trophies of their successful operations, tangible proof of their power to reduce human beings to anonymous organic waste. Visits to the vault had become ritualistic occasions where the group would contemplate their achievements and plan future operations. As 1999 progressed, the killing machine that Bunting had constructed was operating at peak efficiency. The group possessed the skills, resources, and psychological conditioning necessary to continue their murder spree indefinitely. They had eliminated 12 people with complete impunity, generating substantial income while satisfying their sadistic psychological needs. Their confidence in their own invincibility had reached dangerous levels, setting the stage for the careless mistake that would finally expose their crimes to the world. The final victim would be someone who should have been completely safe from their predatory activities, someone whose murder would demonstrate that absolutely no one was beyond the reach of Bunting's expanding appetite for destruction. The stench of decomposition had begun to permeate the walls of 203 Waterloo Corner Road, a smell so putrid and overwhelming that neighbors started avoiding the entire street. What they didn't realize was that they were walking past the epicenter of Australia's most systematic killing spree, where human beings were being reduced to chemical sludge in a grotesque parody of industrial processing. The house had become a charnel house where screams were muffled by thick walls and the casual indifference of a community that had learned not to ask too many questions. John Bunting's empire of death had expanded beyond his wildest early ambitions. What had started as vigilante harassment of suspected pedophiles had metastasized into a full-scale human processing operation that generated substantial income while satisfying the group's increasingly sadistic psychological appetites. By early 1999, the operation was running with clockwork precision, each murder following protocols that had been refined through repeated practice on living human beings. The torture chamber in the Waterloo Corner Roadhouse represented the culmination of years of experimentation in human suffering. The basement had been converted into a sophisticated facility equipped with restraining devices, electrical equipment, and an array of implements designed specifically for inflicting maximum agony while preventing unconsciousness or death. Soundproofing materials had been installed to muffle screams, and drainage systems had been added to facilitate the cleanup process after each session concluded. Bunting's psychological control over his followers had reached absolute levels. Robert Wagner, once a gentle young man traumatized by childhood abuse, had been transformed into an enthusiastic torturer who suggested new methods of inflicting pain during group planning sessions. Mark Hayden, the former abattoir worker, brought professional expertise in animal processing that was adapted for use on human victims. James Vlasakis, barely out of his teens, had been so thoroughly corrupted that he could participate in torture sessions while maintaining casual conversation about sports or television shows. The selection of victims had evolved beyond any semblance of the group's original vigilante justifications. By 1999, anyone who posed even the slightest inconvenience to their operations was considered a legitimate target for elimination. Neighbors who asked too many questions, former associates who knew too much, family members who had become suspicious, all were evaluated through the cold calculus of operational security and financial opportunity. Gavin Porter's murder in April 1999 exemplified this expansion of target criteria. The 35-year-old man's only crime had been noticing the unusual activity around the Waterloo Corner Roadhouse and making casual inquiries about the strange smells emanating from the property. His curiosity signed his death warrant in a conspiracy that had grown so paranoid that any external interest was viewed as an existential threat. Porter's abduction was orchestrated with military precision. He was lured to the house under the pretense of viewing a car that Wagner had advertised for sale, unaware that he was walking into a carefully prepared trap. The moment he crossed the threshold, his fate was sealed by men who had spent years perfecting the art of human destruction. The torture session that followed lasted over 36 hours and incorporated every technique the group had developed through their previous murders. Porter was subjected to electrical shock therapy using modified automotive equipment. His extremities were systematically mutilated with specialized tools, and he was forced to endure psychological torture designed to break down his mental resistance completely. The perpetrators took turns inflicting different types of agony, treating the entire ordeal as an elaborate form of collaborative entertainment. Audio recordings from Porter's torture session revealed the complete psychological transformation of Bunting's followers. Their voices showed no trace of empathy or hesitation as they discussed which torture method to employ next, debating the relative merits of different approaches with the clinical detachment of medical professionals. The recordings captured laughter, casual jokes, and even moments where they would pause their activities to eat meals while their victim writhed in agony just feet away. The disposal process had been refined to industrial efficiency through years of practice. Porter's body was dismembered with surgical precision, each piece treated with concentrated acid in a process that reduced human remains to anonymous organic matter within 72 hours. The perpetrators monitored the chemical breakdown with scientific interest, occasionally adjusting the mixture or adding additional chemicals to accelerate decomposition. Ray Davies had been murdered in December 1995, his body bearing the distinctive mutilation patterns that would become the group's signature. The 26-year-old's death was particularly significant because it demonstrated the group's evolving methodology. What had once been spontaneous acts of violence were now carefully planned executions that followed predictable protocols designed to maximize both suffering and operational security. Davies had been targeted based on unsubstantiated allegations of sexual misconduct with children, accusations that were never verified but proved sufficient justification in Bunting's twisted moral framework. His murder marked the transition from harassment to homicide, providing crucial validation for the group's methods and emboldening them to continue their deadly campaign. The torture of Davies lasted nearly a week, during which he was subjected to systematic physical and psychological abuse designed to break down his resistance completely. He was forced to confess to crimes he may never have committed, his confessions recorded as trophies that the group would later replay for entertainment. The degradation was so complete that by the end, Davies was begging for death as a merciful release from unending agony. Barry Lane's murder had been particularly cruel because of his intellectual disability, which made him especially vulnerable to the group's manipulation tactics. Lane had been a practice target during the group's early development, subjected to months of harassment and intimidation before finally being murdered in October 1997. His death served no operational purpose beyond providing the group with experience in victim disposal and evidence elimination. Lane's torture session was recorded with particular thoroughness because Bunting viewed it as a training exercise for newer group members. The audio captured every moment of Lane's degradation, providing a permanent record of his suffering that would later serve as evidence in prosecuting his killers. The recordings revealed the systematic nature of the abuse, showing how each session was planned and executed with methodical precision. The group's financial fraud operations had evolved into a sophisticated criminal enterprise that generated substantial income from multiple sources. Victims' welfare payments continued flowing long after their deaths through carefully maintained documentation and strategic impersonation. Credit cards were systematically exploited through cash advances and purchases that were immediately converted to untraceable assets. Personal property was stripped and sold through networks of unwitting accomplices who believed they were purchasing legitimate second-hand goods. Clinton Trezise had been the group's first murder victim in August 1992, though his connection to the conspiracy wouldn't be established until years later. The 22-year-old's body was discovered in lower light, but the sophisticated disposal methods that would later characterize the group's operations had not yet been developed. His murder served as a crucial learning experience that influenced the group's subsequent methodology. Trezise had been targeted because of his alleged homosexuality, marking the beginning of the group's expansion beyond their original focus on suspected pedophiles. His murder demonstrated Bunting's growing confidence in his ability to kill with impunity, providing the psychological foundation for the systematic murder spree that would follow. The torture methods employed against Trezise were primitive compared to the sophisticated techniques the group would later develop, but they established the basic framework that would be refined through subsequent murders. He was subjected to prolonged physical abuse designed to extract confessions and personal information that could be used to justify his elimination. The session lasted over 12 hours, providing valuable experience in victim management and psychological manipulation. Suzanne Allen's murder in September 1996 had marked a significant escalation in the group's willingness to target women and older victims. The 47-year-old grandmother had made the fatal mistake of criticizing the group's activities, transforming her from bystander to target in Bunting's increasingly paranoid worldview. Her elimination demonstrated that absolutely no one was safe from the group's expanding definition of legitimate targets. Allen's torture was particularly sadistic because her criticism had been viewed as a personal insult to Bunting's leadership and vision. She was subjected to extended interrogation designed to identify anyone else who shared her concerns, with each name she provided under duress adding potential future victims to the group's growing target list. Her suffering was prolonged specifically to send a message to anyone else who might consider opposing the group's activities. The psychological dynamics within the group had evolved to create a perfect storm of mutual enablement and escalating violence. Each member's participation validated the other's actions, creating a closed feedback loop that made increasingly extreme behavior seem not just acceptable but necessary. The group had developed its own internal moral framework where torture and murder were viewed as legitimate responses to perceived threats or inconveniences. Marcus and David Johnson's murders were particularly significant because they demonstrated the group's willingness to eliminate entire families to maintain operational security. The brothers had been targeted because of suspicions about their sexuality, but their elimination required careful coordination to avoid leaving witnesses or creating investigative leads. Their murders in May 1997 and November 1998 respectively showed the group's growing sophistication in victim selection and execution planning. The torture sessions for both Johnson brothers were recorded extensively, providing investigators with detailed audio evidence of the group's systematic approach to human destruction. The recordings captured not just the physical abuse, but the psychological manipulation techniques used to break down victims' resistance and extract information that could be used against other potential targets. Thomas Trevelyan's murder in January 1999 represented the group's growing paranoia about operational security. Trevelyan had been eliminated because he had witnessed suspicious activities around previous crime scenes, making him a potential threat despite having no direct knowledge of the group's criminal activities. His murder demonstrated that even minimal risk was now considered sufficient justification for elimination. The torture of Trevelyan was particularly prolonged because the group wanted to ensure that he hadn't shared his observations with anyone else. He was subjected to extensive interrogation designed to identify anyone who might have received information about the group's activities, with each potential lead followed up through additional surveillance and investigation. Michael Gardiner's murder in August 1997 had been motivated primarily by financial considerations, marking the group's complete abandonment of their original vigilante ideology in favor of pure predatory opportunism. Gardner's disability pension represented a valuable long-term income stream that justified the effort required for his elimination and disposal. Gardner had been lured to his death through promises of friendship and community acceptance, making his betrayal particularly cruel. He had been isolated from his support network through systematic manipulation before being subjected to torture that lasted over a week. His suffering was extended not for any operational purpose, but simply because the group had discovered that prolonged torture sessions provided greater psychological satisfaction. The abandoned bank vault in Snowtown had become the centerpiece of the group's operations, a grotesque mausoleum where human beings were stored like industrial waste. The building's isolation and solid construction provided perfect security for the barrel storage system, while the large vault offered ample space for the group's growing collection of dissolved human remains. The barrels themselves had become objects of almost religious significance for the group members, representing tangible proof of their power to reduce living human beings to anonymous organic matter. Visits to the vault were ritualistic occasions where the perpetrators would contemplate their achievements and discuss plans for future operations. By early 1999, the killing machine that Bunting had constructed was operating at peak efficiency, generating substantial income while satisfying the group's psychological needs for violence and control. They had eliminated 11 people with complete impunity, perfecting their methods through repeated practice on living victims. Their confidence in their own invincibility had reached dangerous levels, setting the stage for the final act that would bring their reign of terror to a catastrophic end. The 12th and final victim would be someone whose murder would demonstrate that absolutely no relationship or bond could protect someone from Bunting's expanding appetite for destruction. A killing so audacious and cruel that it would finally trigger the investigation that would expose the full scope of their crimes to a horrified nation. The morning of May 20th, 1999, began like any other in the quiet town of Snowtown, South Australia. The abandoned State Bank building stood silent on the main street, its weathered facade giving no hint of the nightmarish secrets festering within its concrete walls. But this day would shatter the innocence of an entire community and expose one of the most systematic and brutal killing sprees in Australian criminal history. Detective Sergeant Paul Stark received the call that would haunt him for the rest of his career at precisely 9:47 a.m. A landlord had discovered something deeply disturbing while inspecting the old bank vault, something that defied rational explanation and challenged everything he thought he knew about human nature. The smell alone had been overwhelming, a putrid cocktail of decay and chemical dissolution that seemed to cling to everything it touched. James Spiridon Vlasakis had finally reached his breaking point. The 18-year-old's conscience, buried under years of systematic desensitization and psychological manipulation, had suddenly reasserted itself with devastating clarity. The final murder, his own half-brother, had shattered the psychological barriers that John Bunting had spent years constructing. David Johnson's death had been so unnecessary, so purely motivated by paranoid self-interest, that even Vlasakis' corrupted moral framework couldn't accommodate it. The confession came in broken whispers punctuated by violent sobbing, a teenage boy's psyche collapsing under the weight of unspeakable knowledge. Vlasakis spoke of barrels filled with human remains, of torture sessions that lasted for days, of a man named John Bunting who had transformed ordinary people into willing participants in systematic murder. The investigators initially struggled to comprehend the scope of what they were hearing. It seemed too monstrous, too organized, too efficient to be real. Detective Inspector Kevin Rao assembled a task force that would spend the next several months unraveling the most complex murder investigation in South Australian history. The abandoned bank vault became a crime scene of unprecedented horror, where forensic specialists worked in hazmat suits to process evidence that challenged every assumption about human behavior and criminal motivation. The first barrel opened revealed the partially dissolved remains of what had once been a living, breathing human being. The acid had done its work with ruthless efficiency, reducing bones to powder and flesh to an unidentifiable sludge that bore no resemblance to its original form. Yet enough remained for forensic pathologists to begin the grim work of identification, using dental records and DNA analysis to restore names and identities to the anonymous victims. 11 barrels in total contained the remains of 12 human beings, their bodies dissolved in a cocktail of hydrochloric acid and other industrial chemicals. The methodical nature of the disposal process spoke to years of refinement and practice, each barrel representing not just a life ended, but a systematic approach to human destruction that had been perfected through repetition. Elizabeth Hayden had been the final victim, murdered by her own husband Mark in November 1998, when her suspicions about the group's activities became too dangerous to ignore. Her death represented the ultimate corruption of family bonds, demonstrating that Bunting's influence could overcome even the most fundamental human relationships. The torture session that preceded her death had been recorded in excruciating detail, providing investigators with audio evidence of her final hours that would prove crucial in prosecuting her killers. The recordings discovered throughout the crime scenes provided a window into the psychological dynamics of the group that shocked even experienced homicide investigators. Hours of audio captured the casual conversation that accompanied systematic torture, revealing perpetrators who could transition seamlessly between inflicting unimaginable agony and discussing mundane topics like grocery shopping or television programs. Robert Wagner's complete psychological transformation was documented in these recordings, showing his evolution from reluctant participant to enthusiastic collaborator. The gentle young man who had once been traumatized by childhood abuse had been systematically converted into a sadistic torturer who suggested new methods of inflicting pain during planning sessions. His voice on the recordings showed no trace of empathy or hesitation as he discussed which torture technique to employ next. The financial fraud investigation revealed a sophisticated criminal enterprise that had generated hundreds of thousands of dollars through welfare fraud, credit card manipulation, and systematic theft of victims' assets. Bank records showed a complex network of false identities and forged documents that had allowed the group to continue collecting their victims' benefits long after their deaths. Centerlink payments for the deceased victims had continued flowing into accounts controlled by the group for months or even years after their murders, generating a steady income stream that funded the group's operations while providing perfect cover for their victims' disappearances. The fraud was so systematic and well organized that it had operated without detection despite multiple opportunities for discovery. John Bunting's arrest on May 21, 1999, marked the beginning of the end for Australia's most prolific serial killing operation. The man who had orchestrated 12 murders showed no emotion as handcuffs were placed on his wrists, maintaining the same cold detachment that had characterized his approach to systematic human destruction. His only concern seemed to be ensuring that his cigarettes and personal belongings were properly handled during the booking process. The interrogation of Bunting revealed a mind that had completely compartmentalized its criminal activities, treating mass murder as a practical solution to operational problems rather than a moral failing. He spoke about his victims with clinical detachment, describing their torture and deaths as necessary actions that served legitimate purposes within his twisted worldview. Mark Hayden's arrest followed shortly after, the former abattoir worker showing more emotion about the inconvenience of legal proceedings than about the deaths of his victims, including his own wife. His professional experience with animal processing had been crucial to the group's body disposal methods, bringing technical expertise that improved the efficiency of their operations. Robert Wagner's capture completed the primary arrests, though his psychological state had deteriorated significantly in the final months of the killing spree. The young man who had once shown promise for rehabilitation had been so thoroughly corrupted by years of participation in systematic violence that investigators questioned whether any trace of his original personality remained. The legal proceedings that followed would span several years and generate unprecedented media attention as Australians struggled to comprehend how such systematic evil could flourish in their suburban communities. The trials would reveal details of the murders that shocked even experienced legal professionals, forcing the court system to grapple with evidence of human cruelty that defied conventional understanding. James Vlasakis' cooperation with authorities provided crucial testimony that helped prosecutors understand the internal dynamics of the group and the methods used to transform ordinary individuals into willing participants in mass murder. His detailed accounts of torture sessions and murder protocols provided investigators with insights into the psychological mechanisms that had enabled such systematic violence. The victim impact statements presented during sentencing hearings provided haunting reminders of the human cost of Bunting's criminal enterprise. Family members described not just the loss of their loved ones, but the additional trauma of learning about the horrific circumstances of their deaths. The prolonged torture that preceded each murder had multiplied the suffering beyond the immediate victims to encompass entire families and communities. Forensic pathologists worked for months to identify the remains found in the barrels, using every available technique to restore dignity and identity to the anonymous victims. The acid dissolution had been so thorough that traditional identification methods were often impossible, requiring innovative approaches that pushed the boundaries of forensic science. The community impact extended far beyond the immediate families of the victims, creating a climate of fear and suspicion that would persist for years after the arrests. Neighbors questioned whether they had unknowingly enabled the murders through their failure to report suspicious activities, while social services agencies grappled with their institutional failures to protect vulnerable individuals. Dr. Kevin Howells, a forensic psychologist brought in to evaluate the perpetrators, described Bunting as one of the most manipulative and dangerous individuals he had encountered in decades of practice. The psychological evaluation revealed a mind capable of extraordinary manipulation and planning, but completely lacking in normal human empathy or moral constraints. The torture methods documented in the case files represented a catalog of human cruelty that challenged investigators' ability to maintain professional detachment. Each murder had incorporated refinements and improvements based on previous experiences, showing a systematic approach to maximizing victim suffering that spoke to profound psychological pathology. Wagner's sentencing hearing revealed the extent of his transformation from victim to perpetrator, with psychiatric evaluations showing severe personality disorders that had been exacerbated by years of participation in systematic violence. The gentle young man, described by family members, had been completely subsumed by the identity Bunting had constructed for him. The abandoned bank vault was eventually demolished, but not before becoming an unwilling pilgrimage site for true crime enthusiasts and sensation seekers who traveled from across Australia to witness the location where such systematic evil had been practiced. The building's destruction was intended to help the community heal, but the psychological scars would persist for generations. John Bunting received 11 consecutive life sentences without possibility of parole, ensuring that he would spend the remainder of his natural life in solitary confinement reflecting on his crimes. His complete lack of remorse during sentencing proceedings demonstrated that even facing the ultimate consequences of his actions, he remained convinced of his own righteousness. Robert Wagner was sentenced to 10 consecutive life sentences, his youth at the time of his recruitment providing minimal mitigation for his enthusiastic participation in torture and murder. The court recognized that his victimization by Bunting had contributed to his criminal behavior, but determined that the severity of his crimes demanded the harshest possible punishment. Mark Hayden received a slightly lesser sentence due to his more limited participation in the actual torture sessions, but his professional expertise in body processing and his willingness to murder his own wife demonstrated a level of moral corruption that demanded lengthy incarceration. James Vlasakis' cooperation with authorities and his genuine expressions of remorse resulted in a more lenient sentence, though he would still spend decades in prison paying for his participation in multiple murders. His testimony had been crucial to securing convictions against the other perpetrators, providing detailed accounts of the group's operations that would otherwise have remained hidden. The Snowtown murders case fundamentally changed how Australian law enforcement approached serial killing investigations, leading to improved protocols for identifying patterns of suspicious deaths and better coordination between agencies. The failures that had allowed Bunting's group to operate undetected for nearly a decade prompted comprehensive reviews of social services and law enforcement procedures. The victims, Clinton Trezise, Ray Davies, Susan Allen, Marcus Johnson, Troy Yud, Fred Brooks, Gary O'Dwyer, Elizabeth Hayden, David Johnson, Michael Gardiner, Thomas Trevelyan, and Gavin Porter, were finally granted the dignity that had been stripped from them in their final hours. Memorial services provided opportunities for community healing while ensuring that their lives would be remembered for more than the horrific circumstances of their deaths. The psychological impact on investigating officers, forensic specialists, and legal professionals involved in processing the crimes would persist for years, requiring ongoing counseling and support services. The systematic nature of the murders and the detailed documentation of torture sessions created secondary trauma that affected everyone who encountered the evidence. The case files, sealed for decades to protect ongoing investigations and victim privacy, contain thousands of hours of audio recordings and detailed crime scene photographs that document the systematic destruction of human beings with unprecedented thoroughness. These materials serve as permanent testimony to the capacity for evil that can emerge from seemingly ordinary circumstances. The abandoned house at 203 Waterloo Corner Road was eventually demolished, But the basement torture chamber had left such profound contamination that the soil itself required special treatment before the site could be safely redeveloped. The physical traces of systematic murder proved as persistent as the psychological scars left on the community. 25 years after the discovery of the barrels, the Snowtown murders remain Australia's most shocking example of systematic serial killing, a reminder that the capacity for unspeakable evil can emerge from the most mundane suburban circumstances. The case continues to influence criminal investigations, legal procedures, and community awareness programs designed to identify and prevent similar crimes. The legacy of John Bunting and his followers serves as a permanent warning about the dangers of unchecked manipulation, social isolation, and the systematic dehumanization of vulnerable populations. Their crimes demonstrate how quickly ordinary individuals can be transformed into willing participants in systematic evil when exposed to the right combination of psychological pressure and moral corruption. In the end, the Snowtown murders stand as a testament to both the depths of human depravity and the resilience of communities determined to heal from unspeakable trauma. The victims have been remembered, the perpetrators punished, and the lessons learned. But the scars remain, serving as permanent reminders of what can happen when evil is allowed to flourish unchecked in the shadows of suburban normalcy. The barrels are gone, the building demolished, and the perpetrators locked away forever. But the memory of those 11 containers and their unspeakable contents will forever haunt Australia's collective consciousness. A reminder that monsters can emerge from the most ordinary circumstances to commit the most extraordinary evil. Thank you for watching and joining us as we explored these chilling and mysterious stories. If you enjoyed the journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with others who love a good mystery. Also, let us know where you're watching from. I'd love to hear where in the world you're tuning in. We appreciate you being part of this, and we'll see you next time for more gripping stories. Stay safe, stay curious, and keep unraveling the unknown.